Chapter 258 Growth 8. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. Palgwai, the power that the martial king had completed after pushing his 8 extreme fists to the limit. Yianwu wanted to imitate the power in his sword strengthening. He gathered consciousness into the vestige of the magic bayonet. He acted out the movements he saw in his head. Pat, aura shined intensely, but nothing happened. SSSS's. Rather, the light at the end of the aura crumbled, like a sandcastle being destroyed by a wave. It scattered smoothly. Yianwu muttered to himself looking at the quiet magic bayonet. As expected, it doesn't work. The martial king had said something to him. It's because it's not your path. At the time, he didn't understand what the martial king was talking about. He thought that something was wrong with the way he was doing things, so he tried to look for another way to do it, and even got Galliard's help to open Wind Path in the end. But the more he trained consciousness and controlled his body completely, Yianwu was able to realize what the martial king meant. Palgwai and the martial extremes weren't the path for me. Palgwai and the martial extremes used consciousness energy as a foundation. It was a martial art made of the martial king's thoughts and mind. It was a new Mugong that the martial king created through his life experience and 8 extreme fists. Yianwu, who was on a completely different path from the martial king, copied the martial king's Palgwai and martial extremes. Of course it would be impossible. It was different from how Fant chased after the head elder's blood lightning. The Mugong that they used were similar, and Fant was ready to throw everything he learned away to learn blood lightning. However, Yianwu wasn't like that. He had earned too many things until now. He didn't have the slightest inkling to throw all of them away to chase after Palgwai and the martial extremes. The martial king never spoke about this either. Even if Yianwu decided to do this, the martial king would have rejected him. My ability with the sword stops here. The more he understood his body, the more Yianwu was able to judge his abilities. As Yianwu had always known, he wasn't talented. The only reason he had been able to grow this fast was that he grew the potential of the dragon body and made up for what he lacked in the slowed-down world of time difference. It was because he had worked as much as he needed to make up for. However, he had hit his limits. It wasn't the limit of reaching the 3rd step awakening. This was really the line where Yianwu had to stop with his mental talent. No matter how hard he swung his sword around, he wouldn't grow anymore. It wasn't a wall that he was met with. It was a pathless cliff. Saying that this path wasn't for him meant that the sword wasn't his path. However, Yianwu realized that the martial king's words were also a hint. He was saying I should have put everything into the sword. To grow from now, I can't do a little bit of everything like I've done until now. I have to combine everything together. If there was a cliff in front of him, he had to grow wings. And what would those wings be? The answer was easy. Consciousness energy. Just like how the martial king had created the Palgwai and martial extremes, Yianwu could make a martial art of his own. But, I don't know where to start. He had also wondered if he should enter the Myeonbyuk building like Fant and research the Yin sword and the Tai Chi Pengu sword. He might really see a new path that way. He might have even been able to re-establish the magic that he had learned until now. He had considered this for a while, but, no, I can just do that slowly. Yianwu shook his head. Going into the Myeonbyuk building was really the last resort. He hadn't even gotten a good idea, and going in without a plan would just be a waste of time. Also, just because he had reached the limits of his sword and his body wouldn't grow from here, it didn't mean that there wasn't any solution. Even if things seemed impossible now, there was always a way. And it wasn't something he had to do right then and there. Wave of fire. I should complete that first. Since he completely knew how to control consciousness, completing wave of fire wouldn't be hard. Because it was a skill he failed to control every time, he needed to control it. There was also a final form of wave of fire that Yianwu needed. If this immense power is combined with aura, it'll be a sight to see. Yianwu could guarantee that there wouldn't be many people who could deal with his aura. Even the martial king had been surprised seeing what he could do against the Summer Queen. He wanted to test it out right away, but today, he needed to stop here and rest. His entire body was screaming at him to stop. Plop. Yianwu collapsed to the ground and sighed. Galliard smirked looking at Yianwu. Seems like it's not as easy as before. Yes, sir. This is probably what the martial king meant. I feel like all my strength is being sucked out just trying to attempt it. Don't feel too rushed. You're already growing fast. Rather, if it's too fast, it's easier for you to collapse. Yianwu nodded in understanding. Also, isn't it time to greet your visitors? It's not nice to leave them waiting. Yi and Wu nodded again. A few days ago, he received news that a visitor had come to see him. However, he had just sent a letter saying to wait because he was just on the verge of learning something about consciousness. Since he had grasped it now, it was probably now time to go see whoever it was. But before that, he needed to shower. Yi and Wu smelled the nasty odor emanating from his body, as he hadn't washed in several days, and sighed. Whoa, this is pretty cool. I've never seen it before. Magicians really have strange heads on their necks. How were they able to think of this? How do I know what's going on in their heads? Kekakik. Hey, what about this? It looks good on me, It's like a pearl necklace on a pig. What, you bastard? The atmosphere in the village one-horned tribe was bustling. They were excited because of items merchants brought from outside of the village. It had been a while since they had come. All of their eyes were sparkling as they fought to take what they wanted. Most merchants would have smiled widely, but Atran felt anxious. He was going to get neurosis at this rate. Whoa, how do you use this? It's so complicated. Where would you use this? Fool, why are you using it like that? Then, hit the top. If you hit complicated machines, they'll work again. Oh, I see. Kook, they must have udon noodles for brains. Why would you touch it like that? Atran's faces turned into all kinds of colors. Every time the one-horned tribe members touched an expensive artifact, he felt like he was going to go crazy. It was a wonder they didn't break with how rough they were handling it. It was hard to stop them. The image of the warriors walking over the red dragon without feeling threatened by them was still clear in his head. The guy that had a stupid face saying he didn't know how to use the artifact was the one who bloodied the head of one of the 81 eyes. Atran still got nightmares remembering how he had cackled at the sky covered in blood. The one next to him was someone who cut off a leg of a 9-dragon son, and the other was the crazy bastard who chewed on it, saying that the meat tasted good. The female warrior behind them looked comparatively fine, but she was actually the craziest person here. She had built a hill of the corpses of the Red Dragon players, and she climbed on top of it, saying, "I built the highest tower." She was a crazy bee****. It wasn't a secret that the warriors of the One-Horned tribe members had played games building towers of corpses because of her. They also placed bets on who broke the most heads and who would send blow people away the furthest. When he saw the one who beat up the Summer Queen grin at him, Atran's entire body trembled. This is broken. Hey, it's exploding. Just then, an incident happened not too far away from where they were. Thankfully, before an explosion occurred, some other warrior came to stop it, so thankfully, no one was hurt. The man promised to pay him back, but Atran felt like he was going to faint. It had already been 4 days since he had been here. He didn't know why Yi and Wu wasn't coming. Muscles. Everywhere he looked, all he could see were hunky muscles and the smell of sweat. If this went on, he would probably be locked in this prison of muscles. Or die from stress. Thanks for bringing these good items. It was nice to boost everyone's moods. The Martial King patted Atran's shoulders, not knowing how he was feeling. An image of the Martial King ripping the Summer Queen's wings out flashed by in his head. If the Martial King accidentally put too much pressure on his shoulders, what would happen to him? He almost wet his pants. Tell Frisia I'll use it well. ! Atran came to attention at the Martial King's words. A name that shouldn't have been mentioned had come out. Frisia. He turned his head subconsciously, but the Martial King was leaving examining a glove in his hand. Of course someone like him would know that person. However, even the people who knew that person, called her master, they never spoke her name. No, there wasn't anyone who knew her name. Atran only knew it by coincidence as well. He even received warnings to erase that memory from his brain from the people around him. But the Martial King said that name so easily, like he was telling Atran to deliver his greetings to an old friend. What was the relationship between the two? He was curious, but Atran couldn't muster the courage to go ask the Martial King. His merchant's instinct told him that if he asked, things were going to get complicated. He knew that a curiosity he couldn't handle would make his lifespan shorter. He was standing there looking blankly at the Martial King's back when he saw a familiar face. No, to be exact, it was a familiar mask. It was a mask that was as dark as a demon. It was a demon-like bastard to Atran. He didn't want to see it again, but what could he do? Atran was someone who would jump into fire for money. The thing I asked for. Yi and Wu got straight to the point without saying hello. Atran was about to spew out all the curses he had been keeping inside of him all this time, but he just held it in, nodding his head. They accepted it. Yi and Wu nodded his head. Okay, let's head somewhere else. Chapter 259 Growth 9. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 1/12. I'm telling you this ahead of time, but you never asked for anything other than setting up a meeting. So don't complain to me if the meeting doesn't go well. Atran drew the line first. The meeting with by the table was difficult to set, and it took a long time for him to hear an answer. He had thought he failed, but he suddenly received a positive response. Atran was pretty surprised. By the table was a group surrounded by secrecy from the world. They should have rejected the request of a player who wasn't even a ranker, but they had accepted it. Atran knew that this was also a chance for him. It was a great honor and opportunity to contact by the table as an ordinary merchant. Rumors would spread, and the name of the merchant who had connected them would be known by more people. However, he was worried about what Yi and Wu would do if things didn't go well. Atran was scared of Yi and Wu ever since he saw how the red dragon was crushed. Yi and Wu just waved his hand as if telling Atran to get on with it. Atran held in the side trying to escape his lips and pulled out a crystal from a subspace. Walk. After he quietly took a few steps back, the crystal shattered, and a blue light was emitted. It was an artifact that stated the other sides, meaning that only a single meeting was enough. It scattered in a whirlpool. The scene around the two changed. They were in a forest. It felt like there was really a fresh breeze coming their way within this illusion. Atran blankly looked around. On the other hand, Yi and Wu was calm. He was pretty used to it now. An imaginary world. It was similar to the imaginary world that Brahm had used in the demon's forest. But still, creating a barrier like this with just a single crystal was incredible. All kinds of animals gathered around the rock Yi and Wu was sitting on. Different varieties of birds flew above him, and there were foxes and deer on the ground. They weren't normal animals. They either had a magical aura coming from them or were a large size. The imaginary world was filled with beings that were hard to find even on the 11th floor stage. The trees split as the ground shook, and gigantic shadows appeared. A large wolf that looked to be bigger than 5 meters at a single glance was examining Yi and Wu from between the trees. It was a legendary beast with white fur, a white wolf. There was a girl sitting crisscross on its head. Thump, open hollow corner bracket. Wow. It's so pretty, open hollow corner bracket, a white wolf. I haven't seen one in a while. Nike and Nemesis, who had been sleeping inside the Philosopher's Stone, woke up to mutter to themselves. The white wolf was as formidable as the 4 legendary beasts. It was similar to Anastasia's Gumiho, which Yi and Wu saw in the entertainment district. The white world laughed in a low tone like it read Nike and Nemesis's thoughts. The girl stroked the white wolf's head. She had reddish-brown shoulder-length hair. However, she was wearing a wooden mask, so it was hard to see her face. Her deep eyes were striking. Atran gasped subconsciously when he saw this. He thought a weed, or a wildflower, would come, but the one who came was someone who was incomparable to those beings. Frisia, the master of by the table herself, had arrived. Frisia turned her head their way. Even though her face was covered by a wooden mask, her intense eyes were clearly regarding Atran. She didn't say anything, but Atran could tell what she meant. Don't say anything. Atran nodded his head with his mouth shut. He calmed his thumping heart down. It seemed like Frisia didn't want Yi and Wu to know her identity. Atran was curious why the master had come herself. She didn't like going outside. She was surrounded by more secrecy than by the table. Atran quietly watched the two. His thumping heart didn't calm down. Just when he thought he was fine, Yi and Wu made his heart skip a beat again. I didn't know the master of by the table herself would come. Atran's body stiffened. He didn't think that Yi and Wu would recognize Frisia. Frisia was silent for a moment as well. She narrowed her eyes at Yi and Wu. Even though she was definitely a hologram, Yi and Wu felt like she was digging into him. It was a gaze that was similar to that of the martial king and the psychic medium. It was the gaze that differentiated between foes and friends. Then, Frisia jumped down from the white wolf's head and landed on the ground. She didn't make any sound because of the soft grass. Open hollow corner bracket stepped back for a while. Coo. The white wolf rubbed his head in Frisia's arms and slowly stepped back. He continued to look where they were from where he was with a stiff face, thinking that Yi and Wu would try to injure his owner. Open hollow corner bracket. Nice to meet you. You wanted to meet us? Frisia opened her mouth with a polite bow. She was probably curious how Yi and Wu knew about her, but she didn't say anything, like all she had to do was fulfill her goal for coming here. She's saying that she can figure out how I know whenever she wants. That's the master, I see. It's hard to read her mind. Yin Wu had a mask on like Frisia did, so it was hard to read his expression as well. Most exchanges with by the table were done anonymously. When they had to meet, they kept their identities hidden with masks. Only their leader, Frisia, knew the identities of the members. Obviously, Frisia's identity was a secret as well. All that was known about her was that she almost never left the imaginary world and that she cherished magical animals. Even the name Frisia might have been fake. She knew that everyone was curious about her but never revealed herself. I only found out who she was later, but she was someone who was hard to talk to ever since I met her. She always replied coldly to any jokes I made. What should I do to melt this ice, Princess Ajama? Tien. Ajama means middle-aged woman. Jungwoo first came to know by the table when he was preparing to challenge the 50th floor. By the table showed an interest in sponsoring Arthea. His brother had accepted this readily. There were a lot of cases when unions sponsored famous clans to spread their name and took a part of the subjugation rewards. Arthea had already been sponsored by several unions at that point, so he thought that by the table was just an ordinary union like the rest of them. However, the moment that their sponsorship funds rose to an amount that most unions couldn't even dream of, he realized that by the table wasn't normal. That was actually when Arthea really began to spread its wings. With the funds from by the table, they were able to buy artifacts they couldn't before and restructure their finances. Then, he learned that the person who had come to offer their sponsorship was their leader. The members had been curious then. Why were they supporting them? Some unions requested as much as they sponsored, so there was occasionally a fight. However, by the table didn't do anything like that. They didn't have any requests, as if they just wanted Arthea to focus on climbing the floors. Until Arthea collapsed. Even when only a shadow of the old Arthea was left, by the table had been there. They ended their sponsorship when his brother had been preparing to fight to his last battle. In a way, they had left when he needed them the most, but his brother was still grateful to them. They had stayed until the end when his lover and comrades had left. I couldn't discover the goal of by the table even until the end. However, I was sure that there was a common occurrence whenever Frisia appeared. King. She appeared when she determined that there was a ruler of the tower or someone who could occupy that position. Only those who were at the level of the 9 kings knew Frisia. There was only one reason why Frisia had shown up here. Like Jungwoo, she judged me highly. Yin-Woo thought that even if he hadn't approached them first, by the table would have contacted him someday. However, that was probably going to be when he was near the 50th floor like Arthea. That was fine if he was planning on solo playing until then, but since he decided to create a clan, he desperately needed their help. Also, it was because he was grateful to see the person who had saved his brother's life. Anyways, in the end, the reason why Yin-Woo had summoned by the table here was simple. Sponsorship. Yes. Open hollow corner bracket. Can I ask why? I'm planning on establishing a clan. I heard rumors that by the table sponsors a few clans. Open hollow corner bracket. Are you saying you want your new clan to be a part of that? If possible. Open hollow corner bracket. Do you know how we decide who to sponsor? I heard you look for them yourselves. Open hollow corner bracket. That's correct. There are some people who contact us like this. For most of them, you reject them. Frisia nodded. Open hollow corner bracket. Then you must know our answer. Is that so? I suppose nothing can be done. Thank you for meeting with me. Yin-Woo nonchalantly nodded his head like he expected this and slowly stood up. Frisia's eyes crinkled at his sudden actions. Open hollow corner bracket. What are you doing? This time, Yin-Woo tilted his head like he didn't understand. I suggested it, and you rejected me, right? Then I think we're done now. Open hollow corner bracket. Frisia gazed at Yin-Woo with still eyes. She couldn't tell what Yin-Woo was thinking. Most people would try to convince her or ask her to look over the proposal at least. Was he thinking that she might suddenly become interested if he acted like this? However, the Yin-Woo that Frisia had investigated wasn't someone that simple. His image as the hoarder was so violent and evil that players described him as a doll starved for blood. Frisia thought differently. Said badly, he was violent, but if said nicely, it meant he knew to wait. He had the determination of snatching up his prey at the appropriate timing. He knew when to leave and enter, and his judgment was deep. At the same time, he had rapid growth and the One-Horn tribe backing him up. She judged that he wouldn't do childish games like this. She had also come here to see what kind of person he was, so Frisia decided to take a step back. Open hollow corner bracket, we can still talk for a little longer. Right, Frisia tossed the question, and Yi and Wu quietly sat down. His eyes beyond his mask were as hard to read as her poker face. However, Yi and Wu only wanted something simple. It was nice if things went well, but nothing could be done if they didn't. What Yi and Wu wanted was a fair and reasonable contract with by the table. Even if he wanted a sponsorship, he had no intention of being controlled by them. He was planning on paying them back for what he received. And if it was the leader of by the table, he thought she would know about the path he was trying to take as well. If she was looking for a king, there was no reason for her to let him go. He was correct. Jung Woo said she was looking for something among people who are kings. He was right. Yi and Wu gazed at Frisia's eyes. Open hollow corner bracket, I'll ask a few questions, close hollow corner bracket. Please go ahead. Open hollow corner bracket, I heard you received a few of the Summer Queen's storage rooms. Why are you asking us to sponsor you when you have all that money? Yi and Wu inwardly clicked his tongue. He hadn't told even the Fant siblings that he received Intranian as a reward. It was because he thought nothing good would come out of people knowing. The inheritance of the Summer Queen. There would definitely be an astronomical amount of money left in a storage room of a draconic species, so people would be interested. However, Frisia was asking like it was obvious. That was how well connected by the table was. Yi and Wu nodded his head, not planning on hiding it. I don't have it. It was unexpected. Frisia's eyes widened. Open hollow corner bracket, what? I already used it all. Open hollow corner bracket. Her widened eyes became even bigger. It was the first change in emotion Frisia showed. That was how shocking what Yi and Wu said was. He had already used the Summer Queen's inheritance. In less than a year. I sold everything inside Intranian other than what I needed, and I spent all that money already as well. He could hear someone gasping behind him. Frisia turned to look. Atran was shaking while muttering, "Crazy bastard." To himself. He had sold everything secretly on the black market in Yi and Wu's place, so he knew how much Yi and Wu had. He didn't know how much exactly, but it was probably enough for a large clan to use for several years. He couldn't imagine where Yi and Wu had used all of that. However, the money that would have been enough for others wasn't enough for Yi and Wu. To create a dungeon, restore the outer space, restructure a large-scale lab, and make his own smithy, he didn't have enough. Open hollow corner bracket, ho ho. Ho, Frisia burst out laughing. Atran was surprised once more. He had never seen the leader laugh either. Then, the laughter suddenly stopped. Her eyes were as cunning as a snake. She opened her mouth. Open hollow corner bracket, it seems you spend as much as you use, you want to swallow up. Frisia couldn't help but be amazed at how Yi and Wu had spent such a large amount of money, even for by the table. She saw what Yi and Wu was after. The tower. Yi and Wu was trying to swallow this world. He was very avaricious. Avarice without consumption stopped at just greed, but with consumption, it became ambition. Frisia liked that avarice. She didn't know if he would become a moth drawn to a flame or a spider, but whatever happened, he was definitely going to become something. Open hollow corner bracket, and the amount you need. The more the better. It'll probably dry up soon. Open hollow corner bracket, you're saying you'll use it like you use tap water. Frisia laughed. It was a laugh that looked like both an ordinary laugh and a mocking laugh. Open hollow corner bracket, I can see what you're trying to do without asking you. And the clan members, have you chosen? I have a few people in mind. Open hollow corner bracket, they're not shallow, If I was going to pick those people, I wouldn't have used up all of the Summer Queen's inheritance in the first place. Open hollow corner bracket, fine. We'll sponsor you. Frisia nodded her head firmly. Open hollow corner bracket, you can talk about the details with Atran. Atran was surprised at the sudden mention. Frisia narrowed her eyes. Open hollow corner bracket, why? Is it too much? If so, I won't force you. Atran quickly bowed on the floor. And no, thank you for giving me this chance. Frisia nodded her head. You couldn't tell her no. She made the impossible possible. Yi and Wu tsked inwardly as he watched her. She was pretending to be calm on the outside, but she was an investor who took risks. She didn't ask what he needed, details about the sponsorship, or anything else. She just handed everything over to Atran. It also meant that she was confident she could handle whatever scale he asked for. Was everyone at her level like that? He didn't know how much she could handle. There was one word that came to his mind when he saw people like that. King. Frisia was someone who had the potential of a ruler sovereign. She might have thought that to work with her, you needed to have the same qualifications as her. Yi Wu was amused that he was acknowledged by her. At the very least, he wasn't an older brother who lost to his little sibling. Swah. Just then, the light of Frisia's form started to scatter. Open hollow corner bracket, it's already time. Oh, before I go, let me say this. Frisia spoke calmly with the eyes of an intellectual. Open hollow corner bracket, I'm your average investor. I don't ever do things that will hurt me. Also, that's how expensive my money is. So if you think that you can't pay me back, even the interest. Frisia didn't continue. She was telling him to figure it out on his own. He knew her wealth and connections, so Yi Wu nodded his head. The white wolf stood up. Frisia stroked the white wolf's head as she jumped on top of him. She was about to return in the direction she came from. Yi Wu asked the last question. Is Yul doing well? Open hollow corner bracket Yul. The white wolf stopped. Right before Frisia disappeared, she tilted her head as her eyes glittered. Open hollow corner bracket Ah. That furry. He's doing well. Did you send him to the garden? Frisia looked at Yi Wu strangely. Then, she grinned, shaking her head. Open hollow corner bracket, this is my first time being tested whether or not we're qualified to sponsor someone. However, I hope you don't do things like this from now on so there aren't any misunderstandings. With that, it was over. Atran frantically looked back at Yi Wu. He had become a weed by the table. It was an honor for a mysterious merchant, but he was still shocked. He was also filled with questions. Yul, who's that? He seemed to want to ask a lot of things, but Yi Wu just shook his head and didn't answer. Instead, he grinned under his mask. The child who hadn't been able to do anything back in the tutorial. The scared body who had his thorns raised. Yi Wu still remembered how he said thanks and called him Hung at the end. He had been curious about how he was doing, but he was able to hear news about him like this. It was a relief. He seemed to be doing better than what he thought. The 98th floor, the land of mystery that no player had approached. However, this was where the gods and demons lived. It was divided into two large regions, but it was split into countless societies, so it could fall apart any minute. In Olympus, one of the larger societies, Hermes was meeting his beautiful sister, Athena. However, Athena had a slightly stiff face unlike his easygoing one. It seems like our foolish uncle has made the decision to kill that child. Her voice was filled with annoyance. There were undertones of a deep disappointment. It was because of what their uncle, Poseidon, was trying to do. Chapter 260 Growth 10. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 2/12. The player who mocked the gods will receive a godly punishment. That was the order Poseidon suddenly gave to his servants. Athena, who had eyes and ears all over Olympus, had heard about it. It was obvious who that player was. Yi Wu. It was someone Athena was looking after with great interest. Since Poseidon said that such a child would be hurt, of course she would go looking for Hermes with an angry face. Grin. Hermes unintentionally laughed when he saw his sister. She must have been annoyed at his reaction. She raised an eyebrow and glared at Hermes. What's so funny? Nothing. It's just that I've never seen you this flustered. Athena furrowed her eyebrows. She shut her mouth and didn't say anything. It was hilarious to Hermes. Actually, although Hermes had met Yi Wu often, Athena had never contacted him other than when Yi Wu sacrificed Aegis. But still, Athena cherished Yi Wu like a child of her own. No, like her own apostle. Since he knew the reason why, he didn't say much about it, but it was still interesting to see the goddess of war, one who made the demons shiver in fear, acting like this. What kind of faces would their siblings make? Their father. Of course, their father was in a deep sleep, so he didn't know the situation outside. Thanks to that, we can act like this. Hermes spoke as he organized his thoughts. Don't be too rushed, sister. We know that child better than anyone. Hermes crinkled his eyes. He's a child who turned Agaras into rags. He has a few sly allies inside him, like the boa constrictors that I raise. We can just sit back and watch uncle suffer. If he needs help, we can help him then. Must be nice to be so carefree. Athena snorted as she left Hermes's residence. Hermes smiled sourly and watched his sister leave. But there's nothing we can do, sister. We can't do anything here. The same goes for uncle. The damned system, and Alpharon, who deserved to suffer more than death. Hermes muttered to himself, sighing. Then, he turned around and closed his eyes. As he was locked into the consciousness of his real body, a new view opened. There, he could see Yi and Wu moving. Hermes suddenly became curious about how many gods and demons were using this view to observe Yi and Wu right now. I hope this is enough. The head elder put his brush down on the inkstone. He had looked at the book for so long that his eyes were tired. He rubbed his eyes, but the feeling didn't go away. Actually, this tiredness wasn't physical tiredness. For that, all he had to do was circulate the energy around him to feel better. But mental tiredness wasn't something that could be that easily taken care of. This was all because he had been writing a Mugong book that he hadn't planned on writing. Less than blood lightning martial book, greater than a writing of divination that the head elder had learned back during his younger days. He had spoken coldly to Fant, but the head elder began to organize all of his information into a scroll for him. However, it wasn't an easy process. It was a formless strong energy that the head elder used just through concepts, so he didn't know where to start. On the other hand, it was something he wanted to do because of that. The head elder had been completely absorbed by Mugong when he was younger, and when he was older, he had missed the chance to get married because he was studying. He didn't have any successors because he didn't have time for a disciple. All people wanted to leave a trace of themselves behind when they left the world, so he had been thinking of searching for a successor soon anyhow. Fant had whined at him to teach him. Still, the head elder couldn't easily give it away, so he touched Fante's pride, but he had entered closed training and hadn't left since. It meant that he had tenacity in addition to his current potential. The head elder would have to check for himself when Fant escaped the Myeonbyuk building, but he had pretty much passed now. The head elder began writing with a light heart, but things didn't go as he hoped. He realized that it was hard to write about the concepts in his head. However, going over his thoughts cleared his head, and his understanding of blood lightning was deeper once he was almost finished. Now, all he had to worry about was how to give this to Fant. I don't want to because I can already see his reaction. All members of the tribe acknowledged that the person most like the martial king's younger days was Fant. Once he received it, he would probably cause all kinds of commotion because he was so happy. The head elder was the one who suffered the most because of the martial king. Just when he was wondering how to give it to Fant quietly. Fant will be happy when he sees it. The head elder got to attention at the sudden voice. Yi and Wu had been standing in front of him for some time. Even though he was deep in thought, he hadn't felt someone come up to him. The head elder spoke with widened eyes. When did you come? I called for you several times outside. There wasn't any answer, so I just came in. Sorry if I was rude. It's fine, we're all one family. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you. The head elder looked Yi and Wu up and down strangely. After Yi and Wu was finished with Galliard's training, he almost never went outside. However, the martial king, the head elder, nor the other members of the tribe went to ask how he was doing. The one-horned tribe members had experience with holding themselves up to go over things, so they just thought he was busy with things too. Rather, they wondered how he had come out so quickly. Also, Yi and Wu seemed quite different from before. He was sturdier and heavier. Before, he had exuded a sharp aura, like he was going to explode any moment, but now, it was completely settled to the point that it was calm. He's done it so fast. It seems like he's found his path. He won't stumble even if he adds other things on. However, it also occurred to him that it would be hard for Yi and Wu to climb higher from where he was. Still, he was proud that Yi and Wu was now at an expert level where he could use strong energy. But why are you here? If you're looking for the tribe leader, he's probably in his office. I already went to greet Seesungnam. Then, could I know where Adora is? Unlike Fant, Adora was climbing the floors. He just heard that Adora had passed the 30th floor some time ago, but he didn't know what happened after that. Yi and Wu's communication artifact was broken. He hadn't fixed it because he was busy training. She came here some time ago. She's probably on the 36th floor. Yi and Wu's eyes flashed. She's made a lot of progress. She's also become pretty skilled. The Yang sword is settling in. Yi and Wu smiled faintly. The other side of the Yang sword, the Yin sword. When would he be able to unlock that? But why Adora suddenly? I can contact her if you need. Yi and Wu shook her head. It's fine, there's no rush, and I can meet her up there. Ah, then are you? The head elder's eyes widened, realizing what Yi and Wu was trying to go. Yi and Wu nodded his head heavily. Yes, I'm officially starting again. Yi and Wu finished his goodbyes to the one-horned tribe with the head elder. After he made a contract with by the table, he had already finished everything he needed to set up a clan. Now there was only one thing left. The Summer Queen. Yi and Wu left the head elder's residence and headed to Bu's dungeon. The dungeon had changed a lot since the last time he was there, and the difference was visible from the entrance. Skeleton warriors in armor kneeled. The master of their master. It was their respect for such a high being. As he walked along the path, many undead stopped what they were doing to bow to Yi and Wu. They were like citizens greeting their king. Clip, clop, Bu arrived with skeleton knights on ghost horses in tow. It was an incredible change considering how it had been filled with lower-level ghosts at the beginning. Yi and Wu was surprised. After he left the dungeon to Bu, he hadn't paid any attention to it. The armor of the skeleton knights all shined. They were things they stole from the Summer Queen's armory. Open corner bracket. Have you arrived? As Bu bowed to Yi and Wu, the skeleton knights got off their horses to kneel to Yi and Wu. When he looked closely, he could see mages, shamans, lancers, and others behind the knights. Also, there were golems, zombies, ghouls, banshees, and specters. It seemed like he had brought all the undeads that were spread out in the dungeon. Everywhere he looked, he could see a respective greeting of the undead. However, to Yi and Wu, it wasn't a respectful sight but ridiculous instead. Quote. What's all this? Open corner bracket. Of course. It's for you, since our master has come. Stop it. It's over the top. Do what you normally do. Open corner bracket. Accepting your orders. Bu nodded and waved his hand in the air. As he did, the undead stood back up and returned to where they were. Yi and Wu sighed. It was nice since Bu could do more things as he became stronger, but on the other hand, he was embarrassed because Bu overreacted sometimes. Still, it wasn't a bad thing. It was kind of fun being served like that. Yi and Wu just wanted him not to cross the line. What about the work? We've reached the middle. Let's go. By work, he was talking about making a bone dragon. Yi and Wu entered the center of the dungeon with Bu. They had split Intrenian into an outer section, middle section, and center section. The deeper he went, the higher the level of the undead, and he could occasionally see a demonic beast or ghost beast flying around. The dungeon was a complex maze. If you took a wrong turn, you would easily lose your way, and there were different kinds of magic circles and traps set up for defense. He could see how much effort Bu had placed into making the dungeon. When he arrived at the center section, the long and narrow maze was gone. There, the Summer Queen's corpse lay on top of a large magic circle. However, its color was a lot different than before. It had been red as rubies, but it was completely black now. It was because they injected Devil King poison to mature the corpse. Clack, clack, talk talk, countless skeletons were taking apart the corpse with sharp knives. The scales were so strong that they had to be careful during the process. It was a relief that the skeletons didn't have any thoughts of their own. They couldn't make any mistakes because they only did as they were ordered to. There was someone else who was ordering them. Open hollow corner bracket. Be careful. It can't be damaged in the slightest. Separate what you already split. Rebecca showed an energetic side to her as she ran around the skeletons. Fitting of a hunter, she made sure not to waste her experience. Shannon and Hanryong stepped up to do what the skeletons couldn't do. On one side, Heneva was leading a skeleton squad to do something Yi and Wu ordered. His touch was needed the most. Next to him, Brahm was helping. Ananta wasn't completely healed yet, but she was getting better, so he did small things on the side. Yi and Wu passed them to where the Summer Queen was sitting blankly. She had to watch her body being dismembered, bound in divine iron. Her face was dark, and she was powerless. She had come a long way down from where she was. Ismenios. Yi and Wu approached the Summer Queen's side. She looked blankly at her corpse and slowly looked up at Yi and Wu. She hadn't completely lost herself yet. Open corner bracket. I guess it's time now. The Summer Queen smiled coldly. She had realized how her last moments would be. Yi and Wu slowly took his mask off. He didn't deny it. Yes. Open corner bracket. Are you satisfied? Of course. Yi and Wu smiled faintly. His eyes turned cold. As his eyes opened vertically, they shined like those of a snake going after its prey. Open corner bracket. Haha. Ha ha ha. Sure. Revenge. If that's what you were after, you did well. Very. Only Alpharaon made me like this. But Alpharaon was always that kind of guy, and it's amazing that you were able to make me like this. The Summer Queen burst out laughing. All this time, she had always been the predator. But now, she was prey in front of Yi and Wu. So this was how it felt. The Summer Queen giggled. Most people in front of her cried and begged. But strangely, she didn't know how to express that feeling. The Summer Queen just laughed. She could only think that the last dragon was now disappearing. She closed her eyes. She had given up a long time ago. She didn't want to show fear. That moment, the Summer Queen realized what the way of thinking that Cha Jung-woo also spoke of was. The greed that she always had to be the best. The curse of being lonely was only being lifted. But, if you can release that curse, you'll be able to see new things. Then, I'll help you, Ismanios. Call for me anytime. Wasn't this what Cha Jung-woo had been speaking about? Yi-in-woo put his hand atop of the Summer Queen's and activated Batory's vampiric sword. The Summer Queen's weak soul began to flow into Yi-in-woo. Walk. A fire began to blaze above Yi-in-woo's body. Chapter 261 The Hoarder 1. Yi-in-woo felt strange feeling the fire flowing through his body. Yeah, this is it. This was the peak of all three parts of the self, mind, energy, and body, becoming one. As the head elder had realized right away, Yi-in-woo hadn't been able to grow much after becoming expert level. He had hit his physical and spiritual limits. No, to be exact, it was like all his potential had evaporated. Growing from here was pretty much impossible. Still, he tried to attempt other things such as training his magic, creating consciousness, or pouring wave of fire into aura. However, these attempts all reached their limits. His mind and body had been pushed to the limits so perfectly that his ability to grow further was stopped. Of course, it wasn't like there wasn't any way at all to fix it. I could awaken the fourth step or absorb more dragon and demon's blessings, but then the balance could be broken. There might have been other ways as well. But it's not like they'll happen right away the way I want it to. However, Yi-in-woo had other artificial ways for growth. It was a method that others never would have been able to use. The Summer Queen. All he had to do was swallow the person he had tied inside the dungeon. But what would happen if a mere dragon human swallowed a great dragon? He didn't know for sure, but his potential would increase, and his explosive growth would definitely continue. And right now, with his attempt at absorbing the Summer Queen, Yi-in-woo felt something explode from within him. A warm energy was flowing inside of him. The Summer Queen was a red dragon. All draconic species could deal with various elements, but each of their specialties were different. Red dragons dealt with fire especially well. They were even called the kings of fire. Of course, the element that the Summer Queen's soul consisted of was fire. It was like the warmth of being wrapped inside a blanket on a cold winter day. The magic circuit and the philosopher's stone slowly led the warmth inside his body. From his muscles, veins, magic circuit, cores, and marrow. It melted inside his cells and mixed with his blessings. The dragon's blessing especially pulled it closer like it had met a close friend. The fire energy would probably pass his consciousness, soul power, and his subconscious to go into his soul. However, Yi-in-woo felt a bit anxious. I have to control this using whatever means possible. The Summer Queen was able to control the power because she was a dragon from birth. That wasn't the case for Yi-in-woo. He had to go through all the work of becoming used to his demonic dragon body. But if it was the real strength of a dragon, he would have to do more than that. If so, he had to control it before it completely settled in his body. However, Yi-in-woo couldn't control the energy he gained from the Summer Queen's soul. He tried to dominate it with consciousness, but the energy of the fire moved like a separate organ. The philosopher's stone helped as well, but the energy still moved independently. The energy of the fire continued to flow into his soul power across different organs. It was a path that should have emitted consciousness, but the energy of the fire was using it to get to his soul. Yi-in-woo's back stiffened. For a moment, he felt anxious. A soul was a land of mystery no player had been able to properly use yet. His brother had only formulated a theory, but he hadn't been able to create something stable. Invading such a place, he felt concerned that his soul might be shaken up from the energy of the fire. He tried to control it somehow, but... Open hollow corner bracket you've brought something fun. The demonism that was always observing Yi-in-woo within the abyss laughed. Yi-in-woo felt even more worried. The energy of fire continued to spin around Yi-in-woo's body to mix with his soul power, then synchronized with his soul pressure. In that process, Yi-in-woo could slightly feel what a soul was. He realized it as the energy of fire moved around it. It was a large bundle of energy. However, it wasn't able to move, like it was trapped inside a heavy iron cage like the Summer Queen's soul had suffered through. His soul tried to expel its energy out, but his body had become a prison. In that place, Yin Wu's soul expanded like it was going to explode after absorbing the energy of fire. His level was growing. You have succeeded in seizing Ismenios' soul. Your dragon's blessing accepts the soul of the dragon. Your soul level increases. Your soul level increases. All traits, skills, and authorities related to the draconic species increases by 1 level. You have earned a piece of a red dragon. You are able to have absolute control over the fire property. You have gained the title, Controller of Fire. Yin Wu felt like his body was floating. It was an effect of his level rapidly increasing. He felt like he was going to fly up in the sky. As he did, Yin Wu got himself together with the sound of something being cut apart. Wah! The energy of fire flowing along his skin settled down. Congratulations. Boo, who had been standing next to him, bowed. Yin Wu nodded and looked down at his hand. His forehead wrinkled. It doesn't seem like much has changed. He couldn't feel any physical change. He spun his magic circuit around, but it wasn't like its quality or amount had changed. He entered the world of his consciousness wondering what had happened. Quote! He gasped. The small and frustrating world of his mind had endlessly expanded. His head felt bright, like all the fog was swept away, and the range of his thinking and the amount of information that he could learn was amplified. He immediately understood the laws of the world around him. When he activated his draconic eyes, he could see more flaws swirling around, and after projecting his extrasensory perception, he sensed countless things. All kinds of laws of physics were bound tightly together, and these things all bound him. Was this the principle of causality that he had only heard about? Beyond that, Yin Wu felt the different gazes that were watching him. On the other side of the world, past the sky, earth, and rocks, there were gazes everywhere. He had been able to feel these faintly before, but it was incomparable to now. They were absolutely clear. Some gazes were warm, and some were cold. They were filled with curiosity, playfulness, or rage. It's unpleasant. Yin Wu thought about how to get these gazes off of him, but there didn't seem to be a way for now. He wasn't even able to escape the laws of physics that bound him, so how would he shake off the observing eyes of the gods and demons? He didn't know how the martial king and the other high rankers lived with this feeling. Yin Wu focused his senses elsewhere to escape the gazes just for a little while. He could see tiny sparks in the air. When he lightly touched them with his fingertip, they suddenly burst into flames and disappeared. Looking at them now, there were so many things he didn't understand. However, Galliard had said that he needed to be able to control his body during times like this. Consciousness. He needed to read his body while expanding the world of his mind and begin to completely control it. As he did, Yin Wu was able to realize something. His body didn't change noticeably after absorbing the Summer Queen's soul. Although his level increased, he still had his limits, and there were only a few dragon authorities he could touch. Instead, he gained something else. Latency. The limits of his body and soul expanded to unimaginable depths. The abilities that had been blocking his path had changed. Maybe, just maybe, he might surpass his brother. He would need to work harder to digest this latency, but so what? Yin Wu had accomplished enough just by shaking off his constraints. Then I'll be off. I'll make nice items for you by tomorrow, so don't act out like you did with the Walpurgisnacht. Thank you for your help. I didn't do it to help you. I just did it for the money. How will I get the money if you're hurt? Heneva complained with a red face. There were a lot of items behind him. They were remnants of the Summer Queen. He was planning on changing them into different weapons on Yin Wu's request. There were items that Yin Wu could use and items that the clan that would be made could use. Brahm smiled faintly watching Heneva leave through the portal. I felt this from before. The relationship between you and Heneva is quite strange. I'm scolded one-sidedly. Ha ha. Brahm snorted. He could hear a respect for Heneva in Yin Wu's voice. Heneva complained too, but his eyes when speaking with Yin Wu were warm, like a father. Brahm didn't ask why Yin Wu didn't reveal his identity to Heneva. He didn't want to get in between them, and he felt like Yin Wu had something planned. On one side, he was jealous. Thinking of Ananta being unable to wake up, he felt pained. What was making his daughter suffer so much? Then I'll leave the rest to you. I understand, so just focus on subjugating floors now. If there are good items or specimens, bring them here. Yes, sir. Understood. He spoke like he was telling Yin Wu to bring home stray cats. Yin Wu smirked and left the dungeon. He had left everything else that he needed to do to create the clan to Brahm and Galliard. Brahm must have been busy taking care of Ananta, but he had been a great help restoring the outer space all this time. He was planning on finishing his lab to create Ananta's antidote in there. Galliard would take care of the rest, so he didn't need to worry about much. And with this, everything was finished. All he needed was one more thing, people. Yin Wu was planning on focusing on climbing again. However, there was one thing different. He was also keeping in mind to gather people who were worth knowing. There were a few people he had already chosen. Khan and Doyle. It would be nice if we had them. But he couldn't find them no matter what he did, so it was frustrating. Of course, there were also a few other people he had thought of. There were many people he saw in his brother's diary. He couldn't bring in just anybody, so he would carefully scout them. Even if he had opened up, Yin Wu was still mostly closed off. Would you like to enter the tower? Yin Wu entered the tower as he read the message. As he saw the tower while surrounded by a bright light, a thought occurred to him. What did the sky at the top of the tower look like? Chapter 262 The Hoarder 2. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 4/12. This is the 26th floor, the Wailing Wall. Yin Wu slowly opened his eyes in the light. When the light faded away, a cold air that bit at his bones surrounded him. Then, a snowstorm rushed towards him. Yin Wu fought away the cold by spinning his magic circuit around. At the same time, he turned his magic armor into a robe and covered his face with a hood. The crisp wind bothered him less. Everything around him was white. All he could see was snow, and snowflakes as big as a person's fists came down from the sky. It was hard to stand in the storm. He also couldn't see easily. However, when he looked around closely, he realized that he was standing above a large city wall. Flags fluttered in the wind, and the city wall was so tall that he couldn't see the bottom. It was a fortress surrounded by mountains of different sizes. This was the 26th stage. This will be annoying. Of course, he wasn't saying that it was going to be annoying subjugating the floor. Walking down a new path with every floor had never been annoying. What was annoying were the gazes he felt around him. They weren't just curious, they were on their guards. That person, yeah, it's the Hoarder. I heard he disappeared after the Summer Queen incident. Is he starting to climb again? That means this attempt is a fail for us. The players of the lower floors all knew that there's nothing left where the Hoarder passes through. Of course they would be wary of him. Open corner bracket hehe. Our master's pretty popular. Open corner bracket you don't have to worry about the good-for-nothings. Shannon burst out laughing, and Hanryong shook his head. Normally, Yin Wu would have just ignored the looks he was getting. He didn't care about what others thought. But this stage would be tiring if others were on their guard. Just then, a new message floated up with a scary wind. The trial of the 26th floor is beginning. Trial. The wall, built on the snowy mountains of Nahatma, symbolizes the blocking of the snow monsters from the north. However, countless people have collapsed in front of this wall, so it earned the name Wailing Wall. However, information has been received about unrest among the snow monsters, and it is predicted they will attack. Their leader is at least a spiritual body level. For the next month, protect the Tears of Ra that is inside of the Wailing Wall. Yin Wu frowned looking at the message. I need the help of other players to protect the Tears of Ra. Easily said, the Wailing Wall was a defense game. Once every day, when the moon is high in the sky, monsters come from beyond the snowy mountains. They definitely weren't normal monsters. Each of them was specialized for the cold, and they didn't feel pain even when their limbs were cut off. Rather, they were excited at the smell of blood. If thousands, no, 10,000s of those monsters came running, it was horrible just thinking about it. The most important thing was to protect the castle walls. Of course, even the strongest person couldn't do the work of 10 people, so working with other players was key. You could block them off for the first 2 weeks by yourself. Even though there were a lot of monsters, there were also many players and soldiers inside the castle walls as well. The problem came with the 3rd week. There would be a lack of food, and the soldiers would be hurt. The snow monsters that were 10 meters tall appeared at this time, and their attacks were enough to make the firm castle walls crumble. And of course, with the suddenly raised difficulty, there would be tension between the players. It definitely wasn't easy to spread resources among them. Unless someone with leadership arrived to distribute it fairly, if things weren't done in a democratic way, everything would become a mess. We suffered because of this too. When we entered the 4th week, the internal enemies were worse than the external ones. A month definitely wasn't a short time. Furthermore, the attacks from the enemies wouldn't decrease but increase. The exhaustion and lack of resources pushed the players onto the edge. Yi and Wu was planning on having the players protect the Tears of Ra when the stage began, but it was obvious what would happen. There goes that idea. Even if he asked for help, it was likely that it wouldn't be done properly. Of course, he could force them to do it, but there's no need to go that far. It could be a bit annoying, but it seemed there was nothing else he could do except to do it himself. He thought that wasn't too bad of an idea either, since he could show them that the hoarder was really a hoarder. Ah, I wonder if it'll be hard to find people like this. Yi and Wu didn't think it was too important. If they were skilled enough to stand out, he would notice them one way or another. Chech. Yi and Wu organized his thoughts and moved the monster portents inside the despair of the Black King. His shadow stretched out in the shape of a thorn bush that went all the way up to the iron door that led to the base of the castle. The players who had been trying to scout the base stopped in their tracks. They would have ignored it if it was just a shadow, but there were eyes embedded in the shadow. Tens of eyeballs met them. They all got shivers down their back. The eyes were like those of a wild beast that was after its prey. What are you doing, hoarder? The players all glared at Yi and Wu. They didn't attempt to chase the shadow away. The monsters inside the shadow would probably swallow them up easily. However, Yi and Wu just said what he wanted to regardless of the glares he was getting. Don't worry about anything else and just focus on the guarding. I'll hand out resources for you when you need them. I'll protect the Tears of Ra. What are you? Yi and Wu didn't care about what the players were saying and lightly jumped atop the castle walls. The players all had stiff faces. A few of them had faces that were asking, maybe. These castle walls were extremely high. The winds were also sharp and fast as well. Even if he used magic, he would be swept away by the strong winds and become a pile of bones and blood. Also, even if he arrived on the ground, the snowy mountains were surrounded by snow monsters. Most of the players here had challenged this stage before, so they knew how tenacious and evil the snow monsters were. The general rank monsters that were leading the monsters were enough to swallow the players in one bite. This was a mission to protect the castle, not destroy the enemies, after all. However, Yi and Wu didn't respond to their gazes and dropped down with his wings of fire spread apart. Wait, he's crazy. Yi and Wu softly slid down, riding the wind. The snowflakes blocked his vision, but nothing bothered his sharp extrasensory perception. Also, because of his strengthened consciousness and soul power, it was much easier to move his body. Yi and Wu landed on a snowy mountain close to the castle walls. The snow reached up to his knees, but his path was cleared when he exuded heat waves. Wind path. When he took a step forward, a whirlwind started to swirl around him. With his open draconic eyes, he could see the crushed flaws splitting into different sides. Option: Pathfinder. In the different split paths, Yi and Wu took the path that was intended for him. Gust. Kwang. Sweek. Yi and Wu began to dash, raising a fierce wind. In the gust that followed him, there was also a heatwave. It was because of his new title, Controller of Fire. Controller of Fire. Summary: the quality of fire is emitted from skills and authorities. Also, you have control of the fire property. It was a passive skill of the fire property coming from his every movement. He had stolen it from the Summer Queen. Because it didn't use up a lot of magic power, it was very useful to Yi and Wu. The gust that Yi and Wu created swooshed around the mountain, and he expanded the range of his extrasensory perception to a nearby snowy mountain. He could feel things from all over. Beyond the snowy mountain, there was an army of 10,000 that was ready to move towards them at any second. As Yi and Wu ran in that direction, he opened his hand. A shadow came up, and a round bead appeared on his palm. It was a shiny bead that looked like it was made of rubies. It was the Tears of Ra that they had to protect on this stage. There are two things I have to get from this stage: the Tears of Ra and the Apophis, Poisonous Fang. The motif of the 26th stage was the battle of the sun god Ra and the magical creature Apophis. The snow monsters born from Apophis would attack when Apophis's grace was the strongest, at midnight. Then, there were two ways to solve this trial. You could last a month like the summary, or you could steal the Apophis's poisonous fang that was in the middle of the snow monsters. Of course, if he could get both of them, he would earn a pretty nice item. An item that could help him grow instantly. If Yi and Wu's growth hadn't stopped, he wouldn't need it, but because his latent potential was deeper, Yi and Wu was desperate for whatever he could get. Hoarding the items was crucial for his new plans. Stealing Apophis's poisonous fang was incomparable to the difficulty of stealing the tears of Ra. Running into a place bustling with monsters was hard, even for rankers, especially as he got closer to their center, but Yi and Wu had his faithful servants. Shannon, Hanryong, his shadow stretched out, and his Death Lord and Death Knight appeared. Inferno sight flamed under their helmets. Shannon and Hanryong let out the demonic energy they were holding in at once. Exclamation mark. A silent energy shook the mountain. An avalanche came from high above them. The snowy mountain was trapped in a loud commotion as the white dust flew around. Shannon and Hanryong, who had also been training like Yi and Wu, didn't hide their strength anymore. Yi and Wu released his strength, too. His heat erased the snow and created a desert effect. As the vapor clustered, it became a fog to cover the snowy mountains. Just then, Yi and Wu met the monster army. There were about 10,000 monsters lined up like a human army. However, each of them looked different. There was a lion with wings, a chimera with an elephant for a face and a human body, and lean zombies atop beasts that looked like rhinos. One thing they had in common was that they all exuded a cold aura. It was an aura that you would freeze from. The sharp wind around them was like knives. They were magical creatures of the night, the monsters that Apophis created. They shrieked after discovering Yi and Wu, who had a completely different property from them, but it was impossible to understand what they were saying because of the avalanche. Of course, Yi and Du didn't plan on listening. His mission was just to sweep them away. He didn't know how he would deal with all of them, but Yi and Wu had a nice card up his sleeve. Wave of fire. Yi and Wu pulled out Vigrid from the subspace and swung it around roughly. A loud thundering noise that was incomparable to the avalanche and light and heat that could blind people covered the snowy mountain. Chapter 263 The Hoarder 3. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 5/12. Vigrid was shining brighter than ever. From the end of its blade to its handle, it was shining even whiter than the snow around it. From far away, it looked like he was holding a long stick. URRNG. Vigrid. Category. Single-handed long sword. Rank. Summary. There was a holy sword that all great heroes wanted. However, it spilled too much blood as it was passed down from hero to hero, and it became a demonic sword with a curse to injure its owner. However, after a long time, the curse was successfully wiped away with a nameless master's holy power and dragon blood. Now that the holy sword reveals its hidden light, it will be the envy of great heroes, and evil enemies will be trapped in fear and shock. Sword purification. Vigrid always lived a life of fighting. So within it, there was the blood, sweat, and tears of those it fought. The deep vestige of the heroes always shows itself in battle. The more it fights against, the more murderous intent it absorbs to buff the user. The stronger the enemy, the more powerful the fighting force. Blessing wavelength. When you attack your opponent for the last time, it curses all the enemies near you. After they are infected, their defenses decrease and their movements slow down. Hero. Unyielding. When the willpower and hate of the user exceeds a certain amount, the vestige of the heroes inside of the holy sword will be awakened through an exorbitant amount of magic power. Then, the attack speed will increase from 50% to 2000%, and the damage will be amplified by 40 to 50%. However, defense and properties skills will decrease by 70% at most. Villain. Expel. Vigrid has the grudges of the monsters as much as the vestige of heroes. These grudges were what made the holy sword into a demonic sword, but now that it's wiped clean, it can punish demons for what they are. When the skill is activated, the chance of injury from those recognized as enemies will significantly decrease, and the chance of success will multiply exponentially. This artifact is unique. There isn't an artifact like this in the entire tower, and it is completely bound to its owner. It cannot be given to someone else. Currently, you have unlocked 99% of the curse. You have succeeded in opening all functions, but you haven't found the real name yet. Only after finding the real name will it be restored to its glory days. Yi and Wu wondered what would happen if he fed Vigrid the dragon's blood after hunting the Summer Queen. Dragon's blood was a treasure regarded as a superior elixir, and because it could change countless blessings, Yi and Wu was able to awaken his dragon body, and the Summer Queen was able to create the 81 eyes and the 9 dragon sons. If a holy sword that heroes had used swallowed dragon's blood, what would change? In the legends, dragons were usually villains that heroes killed. There was the danger of placing a new curse on the sword, but Vigrid had found its own function as a holy sword and was fixing itself through holy power, so it could probably purify itself. That was why Yin Wu poured in the blood from the Summer Queen's corpse into Vigrid. He didn't really do anything other than that except to check the changes Vigrid was undergoing with Bu. And Yin Wu's attempt had been very successful. It wasn't just the vestige of heroes inside Vigrid. There were also the grudges of villains. The vestiges of the heroes awakened the functions of the holy sword through holy power, and the grudges of the villains reacted to the dragon's blood, revealing its demonic sword traits. The source of the curse reacted to the dragon's blood. The sword now had both the traits of a holy and demonic sword. This change had succeeded in releasing the last option. That was the current Vigrid. Although it wasn't complete because of the remaining 1%. Yin Wu gripped the unique formation that was surrounded by white light in his hand. As it shined with the fire, it almost looked beautiful. Yin Wu swung the holy sword with the vestige of heroes and villains. Light and fire spewed out, and the wave of fire split the snowy mountains. Everything literally flashed. At the same time, the fire released an explosive sound and heat, almost making him go deaf. Most of the snow monsters that were lined up in one spot were swept away. He didn't hear their shrieks or screams. Qua qua qua. The fire continued to spread out, causing continuous explosions, and the storm that was pushed away created a whirlwind that emitted heat waves. The snow that covered the mountains evaporated, and the bare earth was revealed, showing the damp ground similar to a desert. Wee. Regardless of that, as the wind blew inwards, the fire that was spread out was pulled towards the center, and a horrifying sight was revealed. There, Yin Wu's eyes flashed. Vigrid is definitely pretty destructive. I'll raise the strength of the attack from herein. The scarred battlefield was revealed. The snow monsters were holding their injured areas and ran at Yin Wu as soon as they saw him. He couldn't see any order from them anymore. They were furious that a mere human had looked down at them. They probably thought that after this crazy act, he wouldn't be able to use this much strength anymore. However, Yin Wu swung Vigrid the other way this time. Teaching. When he poured as much magic power as he could inside of the SWO road, Vigrid made a happy sound. Normally, it probably would have screamed in pain, but with the complete awakening of the holy sword, Vigrid used magic power easily. Once again, the wave of fire was shot out, except on a larger scale than before. Heat waves ripped into the atmosphere again and again. He had tossed another explosion in the middle of a burning fire, so of course the explosion would be amplified. Still, Yin Wu didn't stop there and repeatedly swung Vigrid. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. When he arrived at the 6th, the snowy mountains had almost collapsed. The monsters couldn't do anything about the explosion anymore. Amidst all that, Yin Wu's clothes just fluttered in the wind. He didn't suffer any damage. Rather, he looked refreshed after being able to release his strength after a long time. When he had first made the wave of fire, he hadn't been able to use it properly because of how destructive it was, attacking both friends and foe. That was why the wave of light that Jung Woo used couldn't be controlled and shot up into the sky. Yin Wu felt the same discomfort. However, after training consciousness, Yin Wu found a solution. His brother had used mana control after the 21st floor to prevent the wave of light from hurting him. Of course, there were some cons to controlling its destructive power. After absorbing the Summer Queen's soul, Yin Wu was able to control that much. But he didn't want to do that. He searched for a solution to use Wave of Fire in its entirety. No, he wanted to use Wave of Fire to its maximum potential. The solution that he had found was simpler than he thought. Property synchronization. He had changed all his special properties into the fire property after controlling his consciousness. Also, he made Wave of Fire into the same property after pouring consciousness into it. He made it so that the fire and heat could pass through his body smoothly. Yin Wu was fire, and fire was Yin Wu. Yin Wu was free. Now, with the limits of Wave of Fire gone, he was able to use it without worrying about anything. He felt refreshed, like all his frustrations disappeared. This is pretty useful. In fact, it wasn't just useful. It was satisfying. The wave of fire that he had only theorized was more destructive than he expected. The atmosphere was hot, and the earth was boiling. Yin Wu slowly began to pull the wave of fire to himself. What Yin Wu wanted wasn't just for it to be destructive. He wanted to be able to control it completely. That was why he tried to control it with consciousness, and he condensed it into a tiny ball and locked it into aura. The wave of fire with aura. It was spectacular. He believed that this didn't fall short of the martial king's Palguai. A consciousness energy of Yin Wu's own was born. The more he swung his sword, the more the wave of fire gathered, centered on Vigrid. The temperature began to climb much higher as he gathered the fire, and it was like the atmosphere would bend around him from the heat. The 31st time, 32nd time, 33rd time, 48th time, 49th time. When he reached the 50th time, Vigrid shined a rougher light than ever, and when he reached the 70th time, Vigrid began to tremble like it was too much. By the 90th time, there was only a scary heat around Yi and Wu, there wasn't a fire anymore. There were only sparks coming from the red-brown sword that had previously been white. Of course, those sparks would cause ridiculously large explosions when they hit the ground. On the 95th time, the heat around Yi and Wu settled down. Light, heat, and the wind had been trapped in consciousness. When on the 97th and 98th time, the aura that looked like it was about to explode became firm, and on the 99th time, the aura turned into a dark black color of night. It was a black strong energy. Black power was created. And on the last, 100th time, Yi and Wu brought the black power down. Crash! The leader of the military who had barely survived after their servants were dead were split in half. Mon! Stir! The monster made a horrified face like it saw a monster, and it turned to ashes after being swept away by the fire. You have succeeded in defeating the 13th Squadron and its leader, Wei. You have achieved an accomplishment that is not easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 10,000 karma. You have earned an additional 15,000 karma. You have found a new way to use consciousness. You have succeeded in creating strong energy. You have discovered the method to trap fire in aura. Your control of the fire property increases dramatically. You have completed the skill, Wave of Fire. Wave of Fire. Numbering 002. Proficiency, 8.1%. Summary. A form of energy that player ## condensed in a complex manner using Fire Raw in a numbering skill. It can be used in many various ways, so its firepower and destructive power are fantastic. Fire Thunder. A relatively strong explosion will be created, compared to the amount of magic power used. Depending on the case, there is a high chance it can destroy barriers and push one's opponent into confusion by crumbling their surroundings. Simmering Spark. Lightning bolts rain down from the condensed power along with explosions everywhere. The lightning bolts will transport the firepower somewhere further, creating continuous explosions along the way, making a barren field of wherever it passes through. The spark won't be extinguished easily and the damage will last long after. Black Power. A form of aura after it is condensed. There will be burns left from the high heat even when it just sweeps by. An enormous amount of magic power is needed just to create the aura, and if failed to be controlled, the user can be critically injured. This skill is unique. Only one exists in the tower. If you succeed in sharing it with someone else, its unique title will disappear, and instead, an additional benefit will be given to the creator. Numbering 002. It was then that the Wave of Fire was completed, taking the spot of the Wave of Light. Chapter 264 The Hoarder 4. Kwang, Kukuku. Above in the sky where the explosion soared up, there was a thick column of black smoke. The mountains shook, and then an avalanche startled rumbling down. The shock had been so great that the castle walls trembled. Each of the players on the castle walls had stiff faces. Even though they wanted to rest, they couldn't because of their nerves. S***. What just happened? The continuous attacks of the snow monsters always exhausted players. They were monsters that continued to pour out no matter how many you killed. They didn't feel pain and only knew to run at you. No matter how much of an advantage you had being on the defending side, you would be exhausted if they kept on pouring out. Also, they didn't care about stepping on their comrades or using them as tools. Under the castle walls, there were piles of monster corpses. It was all a stepping stool for them. Sometimes, they shot the corpses of monsters using a cannon. It was a method they came up to decrease the amount of players in any way possible, because the body of the corpse would break like ice when it crashed into something. Until the sun rose at 6, the players had to continue to fight without rest. No matter how much fire-type magic the magicians used, the warriors pushed away the monsters from the castle walls, or the priests prayed for blessings, the continued attacks didn't let up. Thankfully, the monsters were now almost gone since it was nearly daybreak, but the players weren't able to sleep easily because they were too breathless from the battle. However, a new nervousness was being added to that. On the snowy mountains far away, explosions repetitively burst again and again. Each time that happened, the forces at the base were reminded of the snow monsters arriving. They even felt scared that the monsters who had been sleeping would wake up. They knew who was doing it. The Hoarder. After he jumped down from the castle walls like a psycho, it had continued to be like that. He didn't seem to have any plans to return because as time went on, the smoke moved further away from the castle walls. Still, the trembling they felt from the ground was the same, so it meant that the explosions were getting stronger. Despite there being an exorbitant amount of snow monsters, not a single monster appeared from where the hoarder had been. Thanks to that, the players all watched that area, their Adam's apples bobbing up and down. What was the hoarder doing? How long would the guy that was more monster-like than the snow monsters keep it up? Just then, a few players exchanged looks and moved quietly to a shaded area. Die, human. Yian-Wu stretched his head to the right to avoid the blade and swung Vigrid in that direction. Black aura split the air. Fire spewed from its trajectory. It didn't just cut the monster's arm, but it also burnt 5 monsters around it to a crisp. However, the one with its arm cut spun to the left and brought its mace down as if it didn't feel anything. It was threatening because it had a 3-meter-long body and emitted a cold air with every step. Yian-Wu spread his wings of fire apart, barely avoiding the mace, and twisted his body, raising Vigrid up. Pat! Another black trajectory was drawn in the area, and half of the snow monster's head was blown away. Kwang! King! Still, the monster didn't stop breathing. Boom! 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 It was only pushed back 3 steps, then it got ready to step on Yian-Wu after catching its balance. Other monsters were crushed in its path, but it didn't seem to care. However, before it could completely stand straight again, Yian-Wu used Blink and released the 8 extreme swords on its face. Shishishi. Every time Vigrid was swung, black wounds were engraved on the snow monster's body. The stain on its body melted with a red light and waited to burn its body. The mace that had been stopping the black aura slowed down, and eventually, it crumbled, unable to endure against the continuous attacks. Clang! Vigrid passed through the snow monster's throat. KRRK. It glared at Yian-Wu with a painful face and vanished after being swept away by the fire. You have succeeded in toppling the 3rd commander, Kordun. The 3rd squadron is heavily shocked from losing their leader. They are in a state of fear and panic. Yian-Wu was breathless, but he didn't forget to finish it. The 3rd spirit. The moment he used his authority, the souls in his collection all appeared in a whirlwind. The monsters that had become weaker were perfect prey for the souls. This place was pretty much a buffet for them. The souls possessed the monsters to raise their panicked state and made them see illusions. Then, the monsters began to fight themselves. Shannon and Hanryong moved around the monsters and killed them off one by one, and the monster portents that he didn't leave back at the castle walls ran around to their heart's content. They became more violent every time they absorbed a soul. All around them was black smoke, the smell of burning, and the monsters screaming to death. A god of Malak, Azrael, is extremely satisfied by the pandemonium you have caused. Azrael laughs. He is complimenting you for leading death. Agaris shouts something at Azrael. Azrael ignores it with a snort. Azrael has blessed the authority he gave you, the 3rd soul. From now on, you are able to carry out more accomplishments. Many gods related to death have begun to observe you. Many demons close to death have revealed a desire for you. How many monsters had he caught just in that day? He didn't count it, but he had probably crushed about 6 squadrons. Yian-Wu went deeper into the snowy mountain without rest, and he was met with stronger monsters the more he moved to the north. Yian-Wu cut monsters again and again with his aura. Of course, even though he used explosions at the same time, there were so many monsters that it wasn't that noticeable when a few were gone. The occasional monster commanders he met were strong. They were at least at the level of a rancor. They were at a difficulty that multiple players on the 26th floor would have to fight together. Of course, Yian-Wu wouldn't easily lose to them with his 3rd step awakening, but because of the endless magic power he had used, he was tired. The 3rd commander that he had just dealt with was on a different level than those before it. The 3rd commander had lasted long. It even fought back. If Yian-Wu didn't have his extrasensory perception raised, he might have lost an arm. Ha! Ha! Yian-Wu stood still and caught his breath. The hot air that escaped from his mouth was visible in the cold air. The philosopher's stone spun rapidly. His magic power quickly replenished, and his health came back as he activated his regeneration skill. If he didn't rest like this, he would have already fainted. It definitely wasn't easy to pierce through tens of thousands of monsters. Just then, the sound of the last monster falling over could be heard. It wasn't that loud because there were only monster corpses around it. The 3rd squadron has been defeated. You have achieved an accomplishment that has not easily been achieved. Additional karma will be rewarded. You have earned 10,000 karma. You have earned an additional 15,000 karma. Azrael smiles proudly, nodding. He suggests you become his apostle once again. Agaras grinds his teeth at Azrael. Yi and Wu confirmed the messages and began to move again. There weren't many snow mountains left anymore. Far away, he could see a wide plain. Tundra. It was where Apophis's shedding resided. It was also the mountain range where the snow monsters were created. Crunch, crunch. When he began to move again, Shannon and Hanryong quietly stood next to him, finished with their work. The monster portents faded into his shadow again, and the souls created an ashy fog, following him like a tail. Open corner bracket. You must be happy running around like this after a while. You look like you're so happy you can die. We're just suffering here. At Shannon's complaints, Yi and Wu paused in his steps, looking back at him. His inferno sight was flaming under his helmet. Open corner bracket. What? No, it's nothing. Yi and Wu shook his head and moved again. Shannon looked at Yi and Wu's back and slowly followed him. However, Yi and Wu was rubbing his chin under his mask. I smiled. Are you human? Human. The nest was easier to find than expected. Everything around him was covered with snow, so he thought it would be difficult to find, but he was able to find the way after following the energy source. He was among about 1,000 monsters. With a huge body that looked like it touched the sky, it released a threatening aura. The shedding of Apophis. The real magical creature, Apophis, couldn't remain on the stage, so this was a body made for the trial. Even if it was false, the aura it exuded wasn't something he could take easily. Its threatening aura approached him scarily in a violent manner. You seem to be scared, human. Yes, just being here is impressive for a human. However, you'll only die by being arrogant. Apophis's shedding snickered seeing Yi and Wu standing straight. There were few players who came to him through this forest of monsters during his entire lifetime. They all fought confidently, but in front of him, their reactions were all the same. They were scared. Their shoulders were hunched. A part of the reason was because they were pressed down by the threatening aura, but it was also because their levels were different. The shedding of a god's existence could be called the center of the stage, so it couldn't be compared to a normal player's. Even if they were strong, they would be pressed down in front of him. Apophis's shedding thought Yi and Wu would be like that as well. Although he had killed 6 commanders himself and entered the tundra, it seemed that was as far he went. No, rather, the energy he felt from him felt so weak. He wondered how such a person had come all the way here. He was so small and pathetic. The shedding snorted and ordered his children to eat that guy up. He had birthed these children, and he needed a barrier to defend his body. They were all equal to the commanders, so they would be able to rip a human like that up easily. Yi and Wu thought as he watched the snow monsters run at him. Actually, his thoughts were convoluted since Shannon said that he looked like he was having a good time. I'm scared. No, that's not it. But after seeing Apophis's shedding, he realized what the emotion he was feeling was. Disappointment. I see. Yi and Wu laughed in disbelief unintentionally. It seemed he had been looking forward to this too much. Although he set up consciousness, created aura, and completed the wave of fire, he had never used his full force. His health and magic power had run out on the way here, but that was only to raise the difficulty for himself. If he caught his breath just for a little while, his health would come back, and he was always overflowing with magic power. More than anything, pushing his body to the extreme was his specialty. He was planning on doing that this time as well, but things were amusing since the moment he turned the wave of fire into aura. Still, he had thought that Apophis's shedding would be different, and he was only disappointed when he saw it himself. Of course, the shedding was strong. He was threatening and fearful. Those things were great, but that was it. It was worse than the sheddings that Yi and Wu had seen so far. The shedding of the Monkey King and Mother Earth's shedding, Viera Dune, were too strong. However, Apophis's shedding wasn't like that. There were differences although they were all sheddings. The gap in their levels. It was hilarious. Yi and Wu's level had already risen as he absorbed the Summer Queen's soul, and all he could do was snort. And so, Yi and Wu opened all his authorities that he hadn't released to finish the stage quickly since he was already here, ignoring his disappointment. Domain Declaration. Dragon Body Awakening 3rd Step. Goddess's Stigmata. Hyongshan Axle. Crack. Scales continued to grow on his skin. Wings of fire and his dragon wings combined, and above it, Athena's grace fell. The Hyongshan Axle combined with demonic magic to sweep away Apophis's shedding. Apophis tried to scream, realizing that something was wrong, but it was too late. Quack quack wong. Vigrid cleanly swept everything away, even the ice in the tundra. Would you like to register your name in the Hall of Fame? You have denied registration. However, your accomplishments will be recorded in the tower even if you don't register, and you can change your mind anytime. With the sound of the stage being cleared, Shannon suddenly shouted. Open corner bracket. Hey, Master, what about hidden piece Fang you were talking about? Oh, Chapter 265 The Hoarder 5. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko, 7/12. This is the 27th floor, the Lake of Ghosts. You have arrived in the waiting room. Yi and Wu appeared with the blue portal. With the message that he had safely arrived at the next stage, Shannon's scolding filled his head. Open corner bracket you fool. How could you forget about that? Yi and Wu wanted to cut off his connection with Shannon for a moment, but he knew that Shannon would return with worse nagging later, so he stopped himself. Open corner bracket and aside from that, you tossed me into a burning pit. D***. No one got hurt. Open corner bracket what the F*** are you? Yi and Wu moved ahead with Shannon behind him and spread his hand open. As he did, Apophis's poisonous fang appeared. When he had exploded the wave of fire using all his strength, Yi and Wu belatedly realized his mistake. He had been filled with the thoughts of finishing the stage and completely forgot about the Apophis's fang. Because he might have lost the hidden piece, Yi and Wu didn't have any other option but to force Shannon into the explosion. No, to be exact, he kicked him in. Thankfully, the shedding of Apophis didn't die easily, and Shannon had been able to take his fang from him when he was at death's door. Due to the system, Shannon wouldn't be hurt from an explosion that his master, Yi and Wu, caused, but it wasn't like he was unaffected. Of course he would complain. However, Yi and Wu ignored Shannon and examined Apophis's poisonous fang. Apophis's poisonous fang. Category: Miscellaneous. Rank: Summary: a fang taken from Apophis's shedding, the hidden boss of the 26th floor. There is poison inside of the fang, and if an artifact is created from this, it will have the poisonous property. There are other hidden functions, but you cannot see them. Please satisfy the conditions. It was heavily damaged from shock. You need the touch of an outstanding artisan to restore it. On his left hand, he pulled out a hidden piece he had already collected. It was a small red bead. Tears of Ra. Category: Miscellaneous. Rank: Summary: a treasure protected inside the center of the 26th floor's castle walls. It is a holy artifact that the sun god himself gave to protect the castle from Apophis's snow monsters. It has been used so much that it has nearly lost its uses as a holy artifact. Yi and Wu poured his magic power inside the two hidden pieces. Ching! With a clear sound, it shined and shook like it was about to break. Still, Yi and Wu didn't stop. Then, from some point, little cracks started to appear on the surface of the two hidden pieces. When they shattered, their real forms were revealed. There were tiny beads about the size of a fingernail. A red bead appeared where the tears of Ra had been, and a blue one for the Apophis's poisonous fang. You have earned Ra's tear glands. You have earned Apophis's poison glands. The sun god Ra chased after the demonic creature Apophis's tail on his chariot, and Apophis chased after the chariot to swallow Ra. The legend of how day and night came to be was reflected in the hidden pieces. Ra's tear glands and Apophis's poison glands both have forms that are the opposite of each other. When these were combined, an elixir with holy power could be created. Clack, like what it said in the diary, there was an infinity symbol, infinity, along the curves of the beads. You have completed the glands of gods and demons after combining Ra's tear glands and Apophis's poison glands. You are able to pick from holy power and demonic energy. Which would you like to choose? You could only choose one property. If you chose holy power, it meant that Ra had hunted Apophis, and if you chose demonic energy, it meant that Apophis had swallowed Ra. A magic organ that created magic power or demonic energy. It had its limits, but priests or contractors would be tempted to have it. However, because I had the dragon's blessing, I wasn't able to choose easily. His brother had coincidentally received a hidden quest while defending the 26th floor. It was a quest that said he wouldn't be able to guard the castle, so he should raid the source of the monsters. Then, he had found out about Ra's tear glands and Apophis's poison glands, and he had succeeded in creating the glands of gods and demons. But his brother hadn't been able to choose easily. Holy power wouldn't be much help to him because he already had the dragon's blessing, but he felt like Kalitas would be upset if he chose demonic energy, so he couldn't choose that. Eventually, his brother had handed the strength over to Ether, who had desperately needed it. Ether chose holy power and swallowed it. From then, Ether began to slowly leave Arthea. It was because he had gained the holy power he had wanted to so badly. That was your mistake. Yi and Wu sighed thinking of his brother who liked people too much and gripped the glands of gods and demons. He had already thought of something. Holy power. You have chosen holy power. The glands of gods and demons has been modified to glands of gods. Agares is dissatisfied at your choice. Hermes nods his head with satisfaction. Athena looks at you warmly. Azrael looks at you strangely while stroking his chin. He was used to the reactions of the gods and demons, so he didn't feel much when he saw the messages. Yi and Wu tossed the glands of gods into his mouth. As soon as it touched his tongue, the glands of God melted and began to seep down his throat. At the same time, something warm awoke inside of him. A bright white light shined above his skin. The sleeping god's blessing has been awakened. The amount of the blessing is overtly lacking. You must gain more of the blessing to wake the holy power sleeping inside of you. The god's blessing that was left inside of his body after he swallowed Brahm gladly accepted holy power for the first time after it was awakened. It was nothing compared to the dragon's blessing or demon's blessing he had, so the god's blessing just settled down again, not doing much. However, to Yi and Wu, the most important thing was that he had it, so he didn't care. Until he could keep the balance, he would steadily climb the tower to swallow hidden pieces with God's blessing inside of them. Alright, then this is enough. Yi and Wu glanced around, stretching. His exhaustion from the 26th floor was all gone. Right now, he was in a small room that was about 10 pyong wide. It was a simple room with a bed, a small table, a chair, and a frame on the wall. Unlike the other floors, when you arrived in the start zone as soon as you entered the stage, this time, a message that he arrived in a waiting room popped up. This was that waiting room. The reason that the 27th floor was different from the other floors was because the trials after it would be completely different from those before it. On the lower floors, most trials are set up in a single world. However, from the middle floors, there is a single large trial, but there are also smaller trials that make up sections. I had a lot of sub-quests that supported the large trial on the floors that made up the different sections. Trials like these began between the 27th and 30th floors. According to the policy of the tower that tests a player's ability based on their performance on the 10th floor, the 30th floor was the final floor that tested the accomplishments of the players from the 27th to the 29th floors. You couldn't make a single mistake on the 3 trials of the 27th to the 29th floors. A single wrong step would heavily impact the next floor, and you could receive a ridiculous difficulty on the 30th floor. They were trials that influenced all of us. It wasn't complete after finishing it like before. We really felt like we were going to die. Most players focused on finishing a trial on a single floor. But from that point on, they had to worry about the trials of each floor in the large trial that continued until the 30th floor, so there were too many things they had to keep in mind. For the players who had spent a month on the 26th floor, this was death. However, Yi and Wu had other thoughts. They said that the trials were separated, but technically, there had been a place like this before. The tutorial, 7 stages that were made up in sections A to G. The scale was only a bit larger than before, their task didn't change. They had to get more with a higher score. Yi and Wu opened the waiting room door and stepped out. The outside of the waiting room was a colossal island. It was an island that had a large ocean in its background. There were soft sand and large palm trees like the Mediterranean islands on Earth. However, he didn't think it was as fresh as on Earth. It was similar in how it was hot and humid, but the air was heavy like he wouldn't be able to breathe, and the ocean wasn't blue but an ashy color. The trial of the 27th floor is beginning. Trial. All lives will move on to the beyond when they live out their lives. However, it isn't easy for the dead to move on to their shelter, the beyond. It is because they have to cross a large river alone. The river of souls, which is called Samdakian, Styx, Erebus, and emptiness in their respective myths, is always rough, and because it is boiling, there is no simple way to cross it. Right now, you have become a soul. Cross the river of souls safely within 49 days. If you don't arrive at your destination in time, your qualification as a reincarnator will be taken, and you will become a ghost that roams around the 9 celestial bodies forever. Escape the island safely from the various dangers. A time limit of 49 days. The destination was the 30th floor. That meant that in 2 months, you had to overcome at least 3 trials. Considering that there were players who spent years trying to clear a stage, it was ridiculous. The problem was that if you went beyond the time limit, your qualification would be revoked. That also meant that you couldn't challenge stages anymore. Like on the 20th floor, a lot of players fell on the 30th floor. As if to speak for this truth, players were already busily looking for ways to cross the River of Souls. There were approximately 500 players. This same thing was probably occurring in other islands along this large ocean, no, river. You look like you need my assistance. Yi and Wu turned around at the voice. An old ogre with wrinkles was standing there. But it wasn't a monster. He was wearing a tuxedo, the symbol of the Guardians. However, the large hammer that hung on his back looked strange. I'm a guardian and a boatsman, Karen. Do you need my help, traveler? If you can give me some of your life, I can show you the way to cross this river easily. Karen had a wide smile on his face. However, no matter how widely he smiled, his canines were showing, and he came off as scary. He was even more threatening because he was probably about 5 meters tall. Karen the Hideous. He was the High Guardian who handled the floors in the 20s. He was known as the money-loving miser out of all the Guardians. Yi and Wu spoke looking at his bright face. No, I don't need it. Chapter 266 The Hoarder 6. Karen looked flustered. Most people didn't deny the help of a guardian. However, Yi and Wu just scoffed because he knew what kind of being Karen was. If you're tricked by Karen, you'll be on the highway to failure. Karen was definitely helpful. After arriving at the land beyond the River of Souls, the hint that Karen gave you could decrease the amount of time you spent. But most of them are general hints, and the rare information is expensive. He wasn't called a boatsman for nothing. He excused himself by saying that he needed to be paid for offering information, something a guardian shouldn't be doing, but... Bulls asterisk. Yi and Wu didn't need any help from Karen since he had the Book of Cheats, the diary. Karen tried to convince Yi and Wu, but seeing Yi and Wu's cold eyes, he just turned around with a sigh. Look here. Yi and Wu stopped Karen. Karen looked back with sparkling eyes. He was planning on accepting it if Yi and Wu tried to bargain. I want some information. Ahem. Of course. It's not easy to cross the River of Souls in the given time limit. Then give me a price. Cash is fine, and items are good too. I'll give you a priceless hint that's equal to what? What are you talking about? It's only obvious that a guardian should give information needed to clear the stage. Karen wrinkled his nose. It was quite threatening. That's not allowed. Giving something without receiving isn't fair. Really? Oh well. Yi and Wu nodded. Then, he opened the system window and quietly adjusted something. But what are you doing? Reporting to the Bureau. What? From what I know, the Bureau is in charge of protecting the stage and supporting the players so they can focus on clearing the stage. I heard that advice is also a part of that, so I'm asking because there's a price for it. Wait. Karen frantically stretched his hand out to grab Yi and Wu's. Yi and Wu looked at him with narrowed eyes. Sweat was beading on Karen's head, unbefitting of an ogre. What do you want? Yi and Wu touched the system with his other hand, turning away from Karen. I just want to check. If there's anything you want, just ask. I'll tell you. Yi and Wu smirked and dropped his hand. Guardians shouldn't accept money from players and give them information in return. They were beings that were bound to the system. Brokering unfair deals with players was severely punishable. However, this meant that it was alright if he gave the same information regardless of the amount of money he received. He had no reason to be scolded by the system if he treated all players fairly. So technically, it's a scam. The hint that Karen gave was the same regardless of how much you paid. However, he just twisted his words to make players think that he gave them as much as they paid. Arthea had almost been ripped off by Karen as well. Although they didn't, thanks to Jung Woo's draconic eyes. Yi and Wu didn't listen to what others said anyway, so he was able to make Karen bend to him. Karen glared at Yi and Wu and sighed. I heard people talking about you, Hoarder, but I never would have imagined that you would threaten a guardian. Even though I'm like this, I'm a High Guardian. If a High Guardian used the loophole in the system, that's a greater problem. Well, I guess the punishment that follows will be as great as that too. You don't lose a single argument. But let me off for this one thing. After the thing with Laplace, everyone's being careful these days. Yi and Wu didn't miss what Karen said. Laplace of Mayo. They said that his qualification as guardian had been taken after he did something he shouldn't have. Lupi of High had asked Yi and Wu what Laplace discussed with him. He had been curious what happened to Laplace after that, but he didn't look into it. Ahem. Anyways, I won't tell the other players. I have no reason to either. Oh, of course, you have to hand over all the information you can. Karen's face crumpled as he shook his head. What Yavilk said in passing as he left the bureau was right. He needed to be careful of the hoarder. He had said that you would be on the losing side if you weren't. Still, Karen liked players like this. The smarter a player was, the longer they would live, and the more floors they would climb. The tower wasn't somewhere you would succeed just because you were strong or just because you knew a lot. You had to have abilities, strategies, and correct judgment. All three of those had to be developed. Players like that gave Guardians a vicarious sense of satisfaction. Yi and Wu was like that. That was the reason why Yavilk liked Yi and Wu. Of course, Karen still'd like money the best. Well, there are two ways you can cross the river. Karen made a V with his hand and folded his middle finger. The first one is to just swim past it. Guys who are confident in their magic power attempt this. But I don't suggest it. Yi and Wu nodded. He knew that there were some people who jumped into the river of souls fearlessly. They become a part of the river. There were souls that weren't able to move to the beyond living in the river of souls. It was obvious what kind of reaction they would have when they saw a living person. I see. As expected, you already know what'll happen. Karen chuckled and folded his forefinger down. The other one is to make a boat. Of course, you may be wondering how you're supposed to make that in the time limit you have. If you bring the necessary materials, I can make it for you for a small fee and... No, ... I'd like it if you remember that I'm a guardian. Karen complained as he put his hands in his pockets. It was an attitude different from the polite guardians so far. Aside from that, Karen spoke of some hints that he would need on the way to the 30th floor. He was heeding Yi and Wu's condition to tell him everything he could. However, Yi and Wu's eyes didn't change. He clicked his tongue inwardly. I already knew all that. He had wondered if there was something his brother missed, but it seemed like there was nothing of the sort. Just when he was about to turn around. Also, ... I suggest that you don't go too deep into the opposite side of the island. Are you talking about the cannibal monster humans? Cannibal monster humans. They were monsters that lived on this island of souls. To be exact, they were this place's natives. Karen grinned. Seeing as you know the cannibal monster humans, I suppose you know about the information of this island. Anyways, that's all I can tell you. Even telling you this is a bit too much. Alright. Yi and Wu silently nodded his head. Karen chuckled. Then I wish you luck. Oh, if you need a boat, call me anytime through the system. Yi and Wu lifted his hand towards the status window. Okay. Guys aren't popular with the girls if they're picky like you. Karen pouted and quietly disappeared into a green portal. Yi and Wu lightly treaded not to the shore but to the opposite of that, towards the island. So I need materials for the boat first, The river of souls was acidic and poisonous, so it was hard to float most boats on it. However, the boats that you commissioned Karen to make would differ greatly by the amount you paid. Also, he asked for so many things. People didn't say that listening to Karen led to failure for nothing. Still, you can't not make a boat. You had to have superior materials to drop the price a little. Most of them were deeper inside of the island. And of course, it definitely wasn't easy to get them. Thinking of the type and amount of materials he needed, he was about to enter the forest when someone called out for him from behind. Wait, there were two people who stopped Yi and Wu. One was a giant, and the other was a depressed-looking muscular figure. Of them, the giant spoke up. You're the hoarder, right? Yi and Wu silently nodded. I'm Hector, and this is Ibrahimovic. And, you don't know us. He spoke like it was obvious that Yi and Wu should know them. However, Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes, and Hector looked flabbergasted. When he realized that Yi and Wu really didn't know him, fury flooded his face. I'm the 92nd captain of the fantasy regiment. This guy here is the co-captain. Yi and Wu had heard of the fantasy regiment. After the Cheonwado fell and the Red Dragon had internal struggles, the 8 large clans had been shaken. There were still 8 clans that were far more outstanding than the others, but there was a slight change in the hierarchy. Alpharon, the White Dragon, the Black Dragon, the Elohim, the Devil Army, the Blood Land, the Sea of Time, the Dodd Brethren, the White Dragon and the Black Dragon had taken the Cheonwado's empty spot. And although these 2 clans were from one large clan, they were still as powerful as other large clans. It was especially shocking that the leader of the White Dragon, the Spring Queen, Waltz, had defeated the 3 consuls of the Elohim at the same time. But because the shaking of the tower was quite strong, there were new emerging forces that threatened the authority of these clans. The Fantasy Regiment was one of them. They consisted of 108 small clans and teams and swept through the lower and middle floors. For the past year, they had been climbing the hierarchy at a rapid pace. They had recently become well reputed, so most ordinary clans and some rankers were wary of them. However, this was Yi and Wu's first time meeting them because he spent a while training inside the One-Horn tribe's village. He didn't care much about them. Yi and Wu was after the 8 large clans, not a bunch of small fry who went around proudly saying that they would catch up to them. Obviously, his reaction would be apathetic. Hector growled, not satisfied with Yi and Wu's reaction, but he didn't think of picking a fight with him. The abilities of the Hoarder became well known in the war between the Red Dragon and the One-Horned tribe. Of course, Hector thought most of it was just rumors because he was the Martial King's disciple, but the Hoarder was not someone he could take lightly. He had already received a report from his subordinates on the 26th floor of what Yi and Wu had done. There was no need for them to clash here. Hector began to speak again, barely calming himself down. You probably heard from Karen just now. You need a lot of materials and money to make a boat. Let's work together. Ibrahimovic, with his dark circles, added on to the sentence. We heard that the Hoarder always does solo playing without the Cheongram siblings. However, even you won't be able to gather all the materials in the allotted time, so let's. It's fine. Yi and Wu shook his hand in the air as a sign of refusal. Technically, these two were right. You needed to be strong to gather all the materials, and even if you could, it would take too much time. It was inefficient. Also, the price to create it wasn't to be underestimated, so it was good to gather as many people as possible to pay for it. However, Yi and Wu had no reason to be held up by money since he was being sponsored by the Table, and he was confident in gathering the materials himself. If he needed more manpower, he could make his monster portents do it. There was no need to work together with them. They're also oppressive. There were about 500 people on the island. They weren't all part of the Fantasy Regiment. They were probably forcing the other players to work for them under the impression of working together. They'll just leave the exhausting work to others. Also, if they have control, it'll be easy for them to absorb them into the regiment. So this is how they grew their clan. He could feel the island with his senses. Most of the players were unhappy, but they weren't able to speak up about it. There was an oppressive air blowing around. Yi and Wu had no reason to be used by them, so he denied their offer. He was about to go back into the forest because their conversation was over, but... You son of a b****. I'm talking to you, but you're not even listen. Hector was about to grab Yi and Wu's shoulder with a grimace, feeling offended by Yi and Wu's attitude, when... Crunch. Kiik kkk. His right arm broke like a piece of straw and shot up in the air along with his shoulder. Chapter 267 The Hoarder 7. Hector. Ibrahimovic ran over to Hector in surprise. Blood was pouring from his right shoulder. He quickly got out a potion and poured it onto Hector's injury. However, it didn't heal. You crazy bastard. Hector attempted to run at Yi and Wu with bloodshot eyes. But he was stopped mid-step. A sharp blade was aimed at his forehead. It's common knowledge that you shouldn't touch someone else without their permission in the tower. You're a captain of the regiment, and you don't even know that. You. Quack. Yi and Wu swung the magic bayonet without any hesitation. Hector's head rolled on the floor, his face still angry. Ibrahimovic was covered in blood. He looked at Yi and Wu with fearful eyes. He remembered why the Hoarder was called the Hoarder. It wasn't simply because he hoarded hidden pieces and karma to himself. It was because he chewed up all the guys who picked a fight with him. What? Do you have something else to say? No. Yi and Wu shook off the blood on the magic bayonet and entered the forest as he placed it back around his waist. Ibrahimovic trembled in fear. The blood from Hector was still hot. The weather was hot and humid. He felt like his skin was being pricked, and the concentration of oxygen was so thin that it was hard to breathe. He felt like he was in water. He quickly became tired. On top of that, there was poison in the air. It was probably from the evaporation of the River of Souls. If you stayed on this island for a long time, your body would most definitely crumble. I understand why the time limit is 49 days. It's impossible to stay in a place like this for too long. Of course, there were some players who roamed around the 29th floor and 30th floor. There were always dropouts who were forced to stop at the stage after the time limit was over. However, Yi and Wu could guarantee that they weren't people in their right minds. His demonic dragon body was affected this much, so how would the normal players fare? Yi and Wu glanced around, thinking that he should leave this place as soon as possible. There should be something around here. Yi and Wu opened his draconic eyes to find what he was looking for. The palm trees covering the island reached up to the sky, and the ground was muddy. There were poisonous insects and cobras everywhere. Found it. Finding what he had been looking for, Yi and Wu slowly moved in front of it. On the outside, it didn't look too different from normal trees. But if you looked closely, you would see that there were two intertwining vines that climbed up to the top. It was the first material for the boat. The specter tree. All the trees on the Island of Souls were firm. Thanks to that, you could have sturdy lumber. It was easy to think that you could use them as materials for a boat. There was something most people overlooked. The River of Souls was acidic enough to melt even that. You could sink in the middle of the river. Fortunately, we sank not too long after we traveled from the island, so we were able to get back to the island. After racking our brains for several days, we were able to come up with a solution. Since their lumber melted in the River of Souls, they could find lumber that didn't. To be exact, it needed to be a tree that had resistance to the River of Souls. The specter tree that Yi and Wu had found was just that. There were small rivers and water that flowed underground on the island. The tree that Yi and Wu had been looking for was one that absorbed the water from the River of Souls, the specter trees. You couldn't differentiate the specter trees from other trees just by looking at them. However, there was an ominous atmosphere around the tree, and because it had grown by drinking the river water, it had a natural energy inside of it. Sometimes, these trees had mutants. Kiak. As Yi and Wu approached the specter tree with his magic bayonet out, it trembled and split a vine to reveal its face. Krarik. The branches shook, and tens of vines came flying at him like whips. There were thorns on its surface, and a poisonous gas emanated from it. A rock would be crushed just by touching it. Whoosh. Unfortunately for it, Yi and Wu was its opposite. Holy fire flared up like will-o'-the-wisps and landed on it. In an instant, the fire stuck to the branches. Keek. The specter tree began to shake in pain. Yi and Wu raised his magic bayonet and swung it. Caching. Company Captain, what happened? The 92nd Squad of the Fantasy Regiment, the group that had been called Tree Image in the past, was in shock. From when the beginning of their clan was created to when they joined the Fantasy Regiment. Although Hector was oppressive, he was an umbrella for them. Someone like that returned with their head cut off. Ibrahimovic looked out of it as he returned, completely drenched in blood. Company Captain. Only after the clan members called him did Ibrahimovic pull himself together. The dark circles under his eyes had become even darker. Unlike the dejected aura he normally had, he looked scary right now. I can hear you, so don't scream. I apologize. The clan members moved back. Their co-captain frequently became scared, but once he was angry, he became violent. It was almost like he had split personalities. He was one of the reasons why the 92nd Squad had been able to join the Fantasy Regiment. Two-Face. His nickname that represented his different faces had once been infamous in the Dark Guilds. The person that made Hector like this is the Hoarder. S***. That guy again. Don't we need to take revenge, co-captain? Even if he's strong, he's probably busy gathering supplies right now, so. No, we'll wait for the right time. Ibrahimovic firmly shook his head even at the urging of his subordinates. He's strong. You didn't forget about what he did on the 26th floor already, The Fantasy Regiment had eyes on every floor. It was possible because they had numerous clans within them. Sharing information they received was an unspoken rule that the clan members had. This was how they knew about Yi and Wu's performance on the 26th floor. He had jumped into the nest of the snow monsters and even killed the shedding of Apophis, the hidden boss. They said he finished the trial in just 2 days. Hector downplayed it, but Ibrahimovic was different. Snow monsters were strong, and moving past them was unimaginable. Those here had already passed the 26th floor, but they had almost died for it. A lot of their clan members had actually died as well. This time, Hector made a mistake. Foolish bastard. I told him multiple times to control his temper. Ibrahimovic was mad at the death of his friend, although he was a stupid guy. Also, we have orders to scout the Hoarder from above. So confronting him is something we won't do. The clan members all bit their lips. The fantasy regiment had given them orders to treat the hoarder well if they saw him and contact the headquarters. Hector had died after doing what he normally did. The 92nd Squad originally hadn't planned to meet Yi and Wu like this. But Vice Captain, we can't step back like. Fool, do you think I'll really just step back like this? Knowing I'll be cursed by you guys for listening to the orders from above. The eyes of the clan members widened. Ibrahimovic smiled coldly and pressed his temples. We have to use our heads. Since we have the regiment name at our disposal, shouldn't we use that to our advantage? We still haven't gotten our registration fee. Oh, there he comes. A clan member came panting from the forest. What about the hoarder? He's currently busy gathering materials. But the materials he's gathering are a bit strange. How? There were some spectre trees that lashed at us with their branches if you remember. He's mostly just cutting them. Strange monsters aside from that are being hunted by him. They're probably hidden pieces. Since he got first place on all the stages so far, he's probably overflowing with karma. The amount of money he gave Karen is most likely the highest of all of us. There were 30 boats that Karen could make. Of those, the 92nd Squad was able to request only a middle level one. Of course, there was nothing they could do because they had to carry all of their clan members over. But since he's alone, he won't be able to push his boat. What do you think will happen then? Ah, I see, so that's how. The clan members exclaimed after realizing Ibrahimovic's thoughts. The River of Souls was so large that it almost wasn't a river. Pushing off from the shore definitely wasn't easy. You needed a helmsman, a navigator, crew members for the trivial work, and sword wielders who fought when it was needed. However, it was going to be hard for the hoarder to do all of those things by himself. What would he do when he was surrounded by several boats in the middle of the river? He could fight, he might even win, but what about after that? What if his boat was destroyed? Then it was the end for him. It would be bad if such an unfortunate incident happened far off from the island. Ibrahimovic was talking about that. Far away from the island, the hoarder wouldn't be able to do anything if he was surrounded by enemies. You couldn't do alone what 10 people did together. He was alone, and they were 500. Also, the headquarters had said to contact them as soon as they saw the hoarder so they could send people. Then, the rankers of the regiment would participate as well. It probably wouldn't be just 1 or 2 boats that surrounded the hoarder. There would be at least 10, maybe even more. We can contract him then. Ibrahimovic clenched his fist. Raising their numbers was easy. He would create a situation where the players didn't have any choice other than to listen to him, and they would be contracted into the regiment. Since it was a contract with a demon, even the hoarder wouldn't be able to squeeze out of it. The other players on the island were all contracted forcefully and became a part of the fantasy regiment. If we can contract the hoarder into our 92nd Squad, our prestige will rise. We might even be in the top 10 squads. They weren't all equal just because they were registered in the regiment. The lower the number of their squad, the more authorities they had. The 10 squads were especially groups that had caused a commotion in the tower before the fantasy regiment was made. They would be able to be a part of them. Ibrahimovic thought that even if they weren't in the 10, they would at least be in the top 30. Then contact headquarters first, and give Karen more money so our boats can be made before the hoarders. The clan members busily began to move. Cuckoo Kong. The 31st spectre tree toppled over. Yi and Wu skillfully separated the parts he didn't need and cut it along its flaws to toss it inside Intranian. Open corner bracket. But master, what kind of boat are you trying to make? Do you think you can man it without any other people to help? Just then, Shannon spoke up in a slightly concerned voice. As someone who had already passed the 27th floor, he was worried about Yi and Wu. He had barely crossed this place as well. Hanryong, albeit silent, was thinking the same thing. Yi and Wu grinned. What do you mean there's no crew? Open corner bracket. Huh? Do you know what the concept of the boat I'm making is? Open corner bracket. What is it? A ghost ship. Shannon realized what Yi and Wu was saying. It seemed like they were going to do some trivial work. Open corner bracket s asterisk asterisk. Chapter 268 The Hoarder 8. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 10/12. 1. The author's views do not reflect the views of the translating team. Though we aren't able to change the plot, we can and should call out racism when we see it. Thank you for your support. Shannon wanted to curse, but he knew that Yi and Wu wouldn't listen to whatever he said anyway. He sighed and asked another question. There was something he still didn't get. Open corner bracket. But how will you make a boat? I don't see what you'll make with the materials you're collecting. Open corner bracket. I agree. I've never heard about a spectre tree being used for an A-rank boat. It also wasn't on Karen's list. The two were curious because they had passed through the 27th floor a long time ago. They remembered clearing the floors up to the 30th with much difficulty, so it was still fresh in their memory. But Yi and Wu just lightly grinned. Why do I have to look for a boatsman to make a boat? Of course I have to look for a shipwright. Open corner bracket question mark close corner bracket. Open corner bracket question mark close corner bracket. Shannon and Hanryong were confused. It was like Yi and Wu was saying there was someone who could make a boat other than Karen. And on this island, at that. However, Yi and Wu didn't explain himself and continued to cut the spectre trees to put them inside of Intrenian. How deep had they gone inside of the forest? Yi and Wu paused for the first time. His gaze inside of the mask moved towards somewhere. He's here. Shannon and Hanryong turned their vestiges in the direction he was looking and then tilted their heads. There wasn't anything in the forest. There was only grass and long shadows. However, they could feel something carefully approaching them. On the outside, he looked like an average person. The only difference was that there were strange tattoos on his face and neck, and he had a kukrion around his legs. It was like seeing an uncivilized person who lived in a jungle. 1. There were about 10 of them. Each of them were approaching them like a hunter after its prey. They moved above the trees and ran along the grass, down low on the ground. Open corner bracket cannibal monster humans. Shannon muttered dumbfoundedly to himself when he realized what they were. All players who had been on the 27th would know what kind of monsters they were. No, they weren't just monsters. It was true they bothered the players from their trials on the 27th floor. However, they had a village for themselves, and they had enough intellect to form a civilization. They were called natives. But most players treated cannibal monster humans as monsters. It was because they were cannibals, regardless of their intellect. They hunted players and enjoyed cooking them. Of course players would feel enmity towards them. They were famous for staying deep inside of the jungle and hunting players away from the others. It seemed like they had chosen Yi and Wu as their next target. Open corner bracket. I've felt this for a long time, but why are there so many people who want to commit suicide around you? There are other ways to do it, so why are they doing that? Shannon clicked his tongue because he could see the future of the cannibal monster humans already. He was already thinking that the monster portents were going to be happy. Open corner bracket. But they're the shipwrights. Shannon's confusion was pushed back. The cannibal monster humans around Yi and Wu had begun to move. Pat, if others saw, they would think that they had come from the shadows. They were that fast. Some cannibal monster humans behind them on the trees had bamboo shoots inside of their mouths and were blowing into them. Tens of poisoned needles poured down towards Yi and Wu like rain. They were small and hard to see because it was dark. On each needle, there was a drop of poison that was enough to make an elephant drop. It was their basic hunting method to poison their prey so they couldn't move and then hunt them. The cannibal monster humans were all skilled enough to hunt ordinary players without the poison. Yi and Wu stretched his hand out in the direction that the needles were coming. When he did, the mana around him swirled into a whirlwind, and the needles all landed in his hand. When he waved his arm, the needles all flew back in the direction that they came from. Poopapook, Kuek, Keeg, Cannibal Monster Human 72 has died. Cannibal Monster Human 142 has died. The cannibal monster humans fell forward after being killed by their allies' needles. The sound of watermelons cracking rang out. It was the sounds of heads being crushed. Cannibal Monster Human 168 has died. The cannibal monster humans realized that Yi and Wu wasn't just someone who broke away from the back but a skilled player. But it was too late. The ones who had luckily survived were wrapped around by a long shadow. They had all been dominated by Yi and Wu without even being able to fight back. Kirk, Kikirk, Kier RRK, as if they wouldn't lose, they still all had a murderous glare in their eyes. They shouted things with bloodshot eyes. Yi and Wu opened his mouth after looking at them for a while. If you answer my questions, I'll let you live. It was the same sound as the cannibal monster humans, of rolling phlegm inside your throat. But the accent was different. The eyes of the cannibal monster humans became wider. How do you know how to speak our tongue, player? The tower's system automatically provided a translator function to players. It was a way to help the players since they had all come from different dimensions and worlds. However, this benefit wasn't provided for monsters or natives. No one knew the reason why. So when monsters wanted to express something, they would barely imitate the language of the players. But Yi and Wu was copying their language. His pronunciation wasn't perfect, but it was enough to communicate with them. That doesn't concern you right now. Just answer the question. No, I don't have anything to say to A. Kook. Yi and Wu cut the neck of the resisting cannibal monster human without any hesitation. Cannibal monster human 91 has died. Open corner bracket oof. Things won't go well if he keeps on killing them. Yi and Wu ignored Shannon's mutterings and approached the cannibal monster human behind the dead one. He was looking at his comrade's corpse with red eyes. Where's the location of the village? Humph. Kill me if you want. It'll be a disaster for. Cannibal human monster 238 has died. The location? I don't. Kook. Cannibal human monster 111 has died. Yi and Wu cut their necks every time they didn't answer or resisted. The corpses piled up one by one and began to stain the ground red. The corpses of the cannibal human monsters melted into the ground, and a black fog floated up, scattering into the air. As time went on, Shannon began to worry. Open corner bracket isn't this dangerous if it keep up? It didn't matter if the cannibal monster humans died. They were monsters anyway. The problem was what came after that. Somewhere on the island, 25 cannibal monster humans have died. The chief is furious after discovering this. The lower-ranked priests have begun to mutter prayers on his orders. The difficulty of the trial is increasing. The cannibal demonic humans are coming. All players on the island receive the same message. The F***, which son of AB**** is doing this? Ack. Screams came from all around the island. It was because of the word, cannibal demonic humans. The trial of the 27th floor was to escape the island safely from any dangers. It wasn't to fight against them. It meant that they should avoid danger and gather the necessary materials. The reason why cannibal monster humans weren't classified as superior species or humans was because of their unique skill. Less than blood connection, greater than they shared strength with their tribe members that they shared blood with. No, to be precise, it wasn't their strength but the strength of their bloodline. That meant the more cannibal monster humans he killed, although the number became smaller, the more powerful they would become. Cannibal demonic humans were a step above cannibal monster humans. The power of the killed cannibal monster humans went towards creating cannibal demonic humans. Most players had a hard time just with the cannibal monster humans, so of course they would be frustrated that cannibal demonic humans were arriving. Open corner bracket, he's probably doing it on purpose. Yi and Wu calculated his every movement. Hanryong thought there was a reason this time as well. However, the problem was that a single cannibal demonic human's strength was equal to 25 of the cannibal monster humans. Things could become a mess in an instant. However, Yi and Wu cut off the head of the last cannibal monster human like he didn't care. The difficulty of the trial is increasing. The cannibal monster humans are arriving more frequently. The cannibal demonic humans are coming. A message that a large amount of cannibal monster humans were coming popped up. On top of that, there were cannibal demonic humans. The cannibal demonic humans would be on the level of the commanders of the 26th floor. The fact that the cannibal demonic humans arrived meant that the island would be in panic mode in an instant. Beyond this forest, there is a lone island. I think that's their base. Yi and Wu shook off the blood droplets on his sword and placed it back around his waist again. Open corner bracket, are you saying the shipwright you're looking for is there? To be exact, he'll be arriving soon. Shannon and Hanryong realized what Yi and Wu was planning. Open corner bracket, it's the chief. Open corner bracket, does the cannibal monster king have a hidden piece like that? Yi and Wu nodded. Cannibal monster humans continued to become stronger through their blood. The difficulty of the island could continue to increase. My comrades and I wondered, what would happen if all the cannibal monster humans on the island died? And we discovered a fun fact from the cannibal monster king that was created. Although we almost died from it, the hidden piece that the cannibal monster king had was related to it. The boat that Karen made could cross the River of Souls, but the cannibal monster king's boat had many other functions. It was especially useful in finding hidden paths. His brother had used this to meet someone else. Jung Woo's second teacher, Lana. Yi and Wu licked his lips thinking of his brother's new teacher who came after Galliard. It would be nice if I could meet her. It might be hard because she was a free spirit, but if he could meet her, he wanted to invite her to the clan like Galliard. Even if that didn't work out, he could meet someone his brother knew. He needed to create a cannibal monster king. And on the other hand, a thought occurred to him. Jungwoo said that he almost died from the cannibal monster king with his third step awakening. I hope he's better than Apophis' shedding. Thinking of the disappointing hidden piece of the 26th floor, he desperately hoped he would like the hidden boss of this floor. Chechech. His shadow spread out, and the monster portents scattered all over the island. Since he had confirmed where the cannibal monster king would come from, he was going to get rid of the cannibal monster humans as soon as possible. The difficulty of the trial is increasing. The cannibal monster demons are arriving. Open corner bracket, a lot of people will die. Tisk. Shannon TSKED, thinking of the players of the 92nd squad who would meet with a disaster. He felt like he knew why the gods and demons related to death liked his master. Chapter 269, The Hoarder 9. However, Shannon didn't pity them. His strengthened senses delivered an absurd amount of information to him. Of them, he could see that the 92nd squad was attempting to do something to Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu didn't punish them or anything. No matter what they did, they were all in his palm anyway. He thought that they wouldn't be able to do anything once the cannibal monster king appeared. Whatever happened, there didn't seem to be any way for them to get out of the island safely. Shannon shook thoughts about them away. He was more curious about the skills that the greatly anticipated cannibal monster king had. I don't see Karen. He's always around, so where is he now? Oren scratched the back of his head as he spoke with annoyance. He felt like he was going to lose it because Karen hadn't shown himself on the island for several hours now. They gathered all the materials they needed, so all they needed to do now was make the boat, but the guardian in charge of it wasn't showing himself, so they were extremely irritated. Also, according to his subordinates, the hoarder was gathering his supplies for the boat rapidly. They had to find Karen before he finished and slow down the hoarder as much as possible. Karen was called a money-grubbing boatsman, so they had already calculated how much they could give him to make him listen to their orders. They had already forced out karma from other players. However, you could only bribe someone if they were present. Since he wasn't here, they were completely at a loss for what to do. Normally, he followed people around like a lost puppy, but he wasn't there when they actually needed him. Also, Orant wanted to finish this cleanly. With Hector dead, it was obvious that Ibrahimovic would become the squad captain. Orant wanted to become the co-captain. I've heard that Karen enjoys fishing in the lake opposite this island. Do you think he could have gone there? Fishing. Orant tilted his head. Yes, my subordinate just heard about this from some player. They say they saw him go in that direction frequently during this time. Damn it, you should tell me things like this in advance. We almost wasted time because of you. Orant kicked his subordinate in the shins, furious. His subordinate pitched forward, but he didn't say anything. It was better to stay quiet until Orant's anger was settled at times like this. Orant calmed himself down as he stood there. So, where's this lake? I heard you have to go inside the forest. It's not the cannibal monster human's territory, is it? I think it is. You want me to go in there again? Orant ground his teeth. It wasn't that hard to collect materials on the island. However, the problem was the cannibal monster humans. They were a nuisance when they were hunting. They couldn't just avoid them, either, because the cannibal monster humans were so tenacious in hunting their prey. The headquarters had said that the easiest way to clear the 27th floor was to gather materials without being noticed by the chief as much as possible. As long as they controlled their pace, they could breeze through the 27th floor, unlike how much they suffered on the 26th floor. And after that, they said the regiment would take care of things. The fantasy regiment couldn't help them because the island was selected randomly. But past the River of Souls on the 28th floor, things were different. The fantasy regiment could interfere as much as they wanted. The fantasy regiment was known for having all their clans be on equal footing, and the clans on the higher floors were in charge of helping the clans on the lower floors. Obviously, the River of Souls, with all its boats, was large enough for several clans to float around. Ibrahimovic knew this, and he believed that they could surround the hoarder. Anyways, that was why Orant was uncomfortable entering the forest that was bustling with cannibal monster humans. Thinking of going back in there again was ridiculous. But it wasn't like he had any other choice. Eventually, Orant gritted his teeth and nodded at his subordinate who had stood up again. Oh well, gather a team, we'll be entering the forest. And just in case, ask other clans for their cooperation. The expression of his subordinate became brighter. Yes, sir. Although it was supposed to be a cooperation, it was more like an order for the other clans. The players from the other clans had stiff faces. Again, the leader of Team Trinity, Heidi, ground her teeth. Elves were known for being expressionless, but the anger on her face was clear to see. Dylan and Jun, who had been with her from the tutorial, didn't look too happy either. They're basically telling us to walk into our own graves. Should we just fight them? The orders that they continued to receive after they entered the island made them feel unpleasant. With 500 people on the island, there were countless different groups. The 92nd Squad and Team Trinity were just a few among them. However, the 92nd Squad had taken control under the name of the Fantasy Regiment. They had about 200 of their people on the island, so they were able to oppress other clans, and they forced the other players to help them when they needed it. They also sent others in their place when they had to enter the territory of the cannibal monster humans. The damage to the smaller clans was great. There were even a few teams that had been completely wiped out. After barely gathering the materials, they thought it was over, but they received new orders to enter the territory of the cannibal monster humans. Of course they would be frustrated. Heidi was thinking of contacting the other clans to organize a rebellion. The search would probably be over soon since they just had to find Karen. However, the problem came after that. They were being used for minor work like this, so it was obvious who would do the trivial work like rowing the boat or steering it. They needed to have control. Since she was an elf, it was hard for her to make a violent choice, but the countless things she suffered since entering the tower changed her personality. Dylan and Jun looked tempted. Since they would just suffer if this went on, they thought it wasn't a bad idea to attack them first. If we can ask the hoarder. Heidi suddenly remembered someone. It was a masked person she had seen from far away. The hoarder. He probably couldn't remember her, but she remembered him clearly. They had met shortly, but if she pleaded for it, wouldn't he help them a little? However, it's fine, ma'am, you don't have to overwork yourself for us. Her team members shook their heads. They could feel her determination to do whatever was necessary. Heidi smiled bitterly when she looked at them. The team of less than 10. They were now her family, like Dylan and Jun. During the war between the Red Dragon and the Cheonwado on the 11th floor, Heidi and the others had joined as mercenaries for the money and were placed in the 2nd Legion. At the time, the Hoarder was the leader of their legion. Her current team members were people she met back then. The war ended faster than she thought, and their leader had suddenly disappeared. They were worried their legion would be split apart after not even doing anything, and she had ended up creating a team of people who had the same goals as her. Heidi naturally became the leader, having already been the leader of her former group. At first, she had rejected the position, saying it wasn't her place, but after she took the position, she led their team smoothly. She was also the reason why their scattered team members joined the team again after the difficult trial of the 26th floor. Heidi felt a great responsibility. It was the reason why she had thought of rebelling after holding it in all this time. She couldn't let anyone get hurt anymore. She had already lost 3 team members. However, the team members shook their heads, reading Heidi's mind. If they rebelled here, the subjugation would just fail. They decided that it was better to bear it for a bit longer. Heidi sighed. Her team members had a point. Even if they defeated the 92nd Squad somehow, how would they deal with the Fantasy Regiment? They were between a rock and a hard place. How about contacting the Hoarder? Dylan raised his hand, but Jun firmly shook his head. No, that'll be hard. You saw him. He only focuses on what he'll get, and he doesn't care about others. It'll be a relief if he doesn't hand us over to the 92nd Squad. Do you really think he'd do that? Dylan thought he would take it easy on them since they had met him before, but he wasn't sure. Heidi stood up when she was done organizing her thoughts. Let's move now that we've made our decision. We can't be scolded for being late. They nodded their heads. Each of them looked pale. Oh, our beautiful Heidi, did you come because you missed me? It's cold here, Heidi slightly scrunched her forehead at the sexual harassment as soon as Oren saw her. However, she didn't show it and just answered apathetically. Since everyone's here, let's move. She used to have quite a temper, but she had recently learned that it was best to control your emotions as much as possible. She moved to where her team members were. Oren clicked his tongue as he watched her. Fine, let's see how long you'll act that high and mighty. Oren's goal was to see Heidi's always cold face crumple. Thinking of humiliating her in front of her comrades made him smile. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before that happened. Soon, the subjugation team of 30 people began to move towards the forest. The forest was humid and heavy like always. However, there was something noticeably different than before. The cold. No, to be exact, it was a shivering chill. Orant moved relatively comfortably surrounded by the subjugation team, but the deeper he went inside of the forest, the bigger his frown became. Hey, Pathfinder, is this the right way? Pardon, yes, it's correct. Quote. What is this? Orant's face crumpled like paper. What is this? Why did it become so different in the span of a day? Orant had a trait that could sense change, so he would know immediately if the air was different. The smell on the tip of his nose was different. It was a humid smell. There was the tingling smell of blood mixed in it. I didn't hear about there being a battle here. Orant paused. It was best not to move when something was off. They all had nervous faces. They had realized that something was off. But regardless of that, Orant nodded at his subordinate. He was ordering a few of them ahead to investigate. You, go check if anything's wrong. The players who were called out paled. In cases like this, it was almost guaranteed that you would die, but if they didn't go, they would die by the sword of the 92nd Squad. They were forced forward. They didn't return even after a while. Orant and everyone else had stiff faces. They were all thinking the same thing. Something was in there. Captain Heidi, I think you'll have to go. Orant looked back at Heidi. He still wanted to make her bend to him somehow, but his life was more important. Heidi was skilled, so he believed that she would be able to discover if something was wrong. Heidi had already experienced this before, so she took Dylan, Jun, and a few more members with her. Heidi could also feel that the air was slightly different with her sharp senses like Orant had. Not too long after, they found 3 corpses. They were the players that had gone out before them. Quote, Gerg, that can't be. Quote. Heidi, the condition of the corpses was awful. Dylan looked back at Heidi with a hard expression. Wait, Heidi stopped him with a complicated face, and she tiptoed to the closest corpse with the quiet footsteps of a cat. Something's not right. The corpses were different from how the cannibal monster humans usually hunted. Their heads were half crushed, and their bodies were chewed by something, so it was hard to recognize them. However, the hunting methods of the cannibal monster humans weren't like this. They were cannibals, so they kept the players intact when they hunted them. But this was like they played with them as if they were toys. The problem was that they hadn't sensed anything while these players were being violently hurt like this. What had happened? The nature of their hunting was different than normal. Just then, Keeg, Kai, Keeg, the hunting cries of the cannibal monster humans rang out in the forest. It was a method they used to make their prey nervous. Within them, Heidi could feel something else. Excitement, anxiety, nervousness. They were running around high from something. They had lost all sense of logic. Sweck, everyone get into formation, Heidi shouted when she felt the cannibal monster humans move. They had to be on their guards. Just then, an additional message popped up. A great number of cannibal monster humans have died somewhere on this island. The chief is furious after discovering this. The lower-ranked priests have begun to mutter prayers on his orders. The difficulty of the trial is increasing. The cannibal demonic humans are arriving on the island more frequently. Cannibal demonic creatures are arriving. Cannibal demonic monsters are arriving. What? No way. The members all had shocked faces. Heidi's face was also pale. This was it, the reason why the air had become different. A great number of cannibal monster humans had been killed somewhere, and the strength of the other cannibal monster humans had become more powerful. Cuckoo. The forest shook, and lunatic cannibal monster humans began to appear. They came from the trees and from the grass endlessly. The members were about to use their skills when, open hollow corner bracket, don't touch them. Get down. Heidi suddenly shouted with message magic. The members all got down on the ground. The trees shook like they were doing to break, and they all held their breaths as they waited for the ruckus to stop. Amidst all that, Heidi saw a large shadow passing by in the crowd of cannibal monster humans. It was about 5 meters long. The murderous aura coming from it was so strong that it bent the atmosphere. A cannibal demonic creature. It was surrounded by cannibal monster humans, like they were protecting it. Heidi met the eyes of the cannibal demonic creature when it turned its head. Heidi swallowed in nervousness. Open angle bracket, fairy eyes, close angle bracket. She was able to read information about it with her specialty elf skill. The cannibal demonic creature had a stronger wavelength of magic power than what she had heard. It was strong while it looked like it wouldn't be strong. Orent and Ibrahimovic, who were being arrogant saying they were the strongest on the island right now, would probably be ripped to shreds by its bare hands. It could probably step on Heidi and her members without much effort, but it just turned away and continued on its way. After the ruckus was over, Heidi and the members couldn't stand up because they were too shocked. "What is that monster?" Only after a long time had passed, Dylan broke the silence, panting. Heidi suddenly burst up. The members looked at her with questioning faces. Heidi's face was stiff. "The place that the cannibal monster humans are going, it's where the team is. The members are in danger." Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. They realized the severity of the situation. They had left some of their own members behind in the base of the subjugation team. They needed to go save them. Also, Heidi wasn't able to read the aura of the cannibal demonic creature. It meant that they were completely different from the cannibal monster humans and cannibal demonic humans that they had seen so far. It wasn't a being that should be on a lower floor like this. The subjugation team would never be able to defeat them. If Ibrahimovic joined, they might have a chance. "I have to be quick. Heidi." Heidi put the worried shouts of the team members behind her and called a wind spirit to run to where the subjugation team was. There, it was a complete madhouse like she had expected. Everything was in ruins because of the battle between players and the cannibal monster humans. Orent was rolling on the ground, his upper body crushed. However, there was something that Heidi hadn't expected. "What is that?" She had been expecting for everyone to be dead, and the cannibal demonic creature to be roaring, but the heads of the cannibal monster humans were piled on the ground. Instead, monsters that looked like shadows were roaming around above them. Crunch, crunch, monster portents cried out in the sky. Chapter 270 The Hoarder 10. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 12/12. What is that? The moment she saw the monster portents, Heidi stiffened. They were beings that looked like black fire but also like the shadow of a candlelight. Her activated fairy eyes could see clearly that they weren't beings that should exist in the world of the living. At first, she thought they were the undead, but it was hard to categorize them as such. Like their namesake, the undead were beings that weren't dead. They were not beings that had been resurrected but those that were cursed and couldn't die. They could also be beings that were just born differently in the first place. However, the beings in front of her were different. In the end, the undead were all living beings bound by the rules of the living. But the shadow being in front of her wasn't a monster. Like it was unique, nothing could be found like it among all the rules and laws of existence. Heidi, who had believed that there was a logical reason for everything she saw through her fairy eyes, was utterly shocked. Just then, KRRR, the monster portent that had been digging into the brain of the cannibal demonic creature turned its head. Quote exclamation mark quote. Heidi stepped back in surprise. The shadow monster looked like it was going to run at her any moment. Heidi, Captain, her team members who had survived the cannibal demonic creature's attack frantically ran towards her. From behind, Dylan and Jun were coming as well. Heidi tried to stop her comrades from approaching the danger, but... Shick, the monster portent looked elsewhere before the players approached and vanished into the darkness. Huck, Heidi, are you okay? Dylan grabbed Heidi and checked to see if she was alright. However, Heidi didn't say anything. She just looked in the direction where the monster portents left with her fairy eyes wide open. What is this? Unlike Heidi and her party, who had been able to survive the monster portent's arrival, the base of the 92nd squad where Ibrahimovic had been looked like it was hit by a bomb. The excited cannibal monster humans, cannibal demonic humans, and cannibal demonic creature weren't something they could stop. The players died out from the cannibal monster humans, and the more skilled ones were ripped apart by the cannibal demonic humans. The cannibal demonic creature had just walked. Boom. Boom. Every time it took a step, the ground shook. Its red eyes were flashing as it looked for something. The forest in front of it was pressed down, and the trees broke off to the side. Ibrahimovic was gasping far away from where the cannibal demonic creature was. Under the mossy rocks, he held his breath in fear that the creature would hear him. His crushed right arm throbbed, but the fear that trickled down his back froze his pain. The hoarder. Ibrahimovic ground his teeth thinking of Yi and Wu, who was to blame for all this. With the general message that the difficulty had increased in the arrival of the cannibal demonic humans and cannibal demonic creature, all of Ibrahimovic's plans had been reduced to ashes. The players who made up the 92nd squad died like insects. They were stepped on, blown away by fists, and played with before they died. He ran at the cannibal demonic creature, trying to stop it somehow, but he only managed to injure its pinky finger while his entire right arm was destroyed. The creature must have been furious as it was now looking around for Ibrahimovic. Seeing as how it was sniffing with its nose, it seemed like it was searching for him through smell. He hid his scent using an artifact, but he couldn't erase all his traces. The distance between them was shrinking. He would probably be caught here. He had to leave this island before that happened. A boat. I have to get on a boat. Actually, Ibrahimovic had a secret boat his subordinates didn't know about. It was only a small canoe, but it was big enough for him to fit on since Karen had made it. Ibrahimovic decided to leave the island for good. Since the cannibal demonic creature was here, he couldn't stay on the island any longer. It was wiser to escape as soon as possible and request help from the regiment. I've already contacted headquarters. I just have to find the coordinates. Ibrahimovic quickly racked his brain. He felt sorry for his subordinates who were being sacrificed, but someone needed to leave the island to request for help. He thought that it would be best for his subordinates if he left and quickly brought back support. The canoe wasn't too far off from where he was. Because he had hidden it among thorn bushes, no one else had known where it was. Please, please. Ibrahimovic looked around with his senses on guard. Footsteps faded away and disappeared. It seemed like they had passed by. He found himself dashing through the forest alone. It wasn't time to think things through and plan. Sweck, less than speed, wind greater than. It was a priceless skill he had bought in case of times like this. It could be used for escaping dangerous places at explosive speeds. There was a disadvantage in that it used a vast amount of magic power, but there wasn't any problem getting to where he needed to. He could feel the cannibal monster humans frantically following him, but he was able to evade it easily. Yes, Ibrahimovic was sure of his success. Although the cannibal monster human was fast, it would slow down once outside its territory. He couldn't feel the presence of the cannibal monster human or the cannibal demonic humans. Also, far away, he could see a large rock. It was something he had placed to show where the territory of the cannibal demonic creature ended. The canoe that he had hidden under the bushes was somewhere in that area. I survey. But just when Ibrahimovic sighed in relief, a large shadow came from above and easily crushed the rock. A gruesome hand stretched out from between the rock pieces and grabbed Ibrahimovic's neck. The cannibal demonic creature was looking at him with an amused face. What happened? Ibrahimovic saw a bloodied clump dangling in the cannibal demonic creature's left hand. It was so bloodied that he couldn't recognize it that well, but it was clearly the subordinate who also protected him from his side. Cap. Toin. I'm so sorry. He didn't know if his subordinate was talking about knowing where the canoe was or about the rock, but it was obvious that he had exposed them. The words of the cannibal demonic creature made Ibrahimovic go blank. I found you, rat. Fear grew exponentially inside of him. He can talk. Kwong, kook. The cannibal demonic creature didn't care about Ibrahimovic's surprise and just tossed him to the ground. Ibrahimovic felt like his entire body was breaking apart. He used different skills, but they all scattered upon meeting a clear barrier before they could reach the cannibal demonic creature. F*******ing. Resistance. This was the scary part about a cannibal demonic creature. It was as powerful and resistant as it was gruesome. It could easily eat most players. Kwong, kwong, kwong. Hee. Ooey. The creature threw Ibrahimovic on the ground several times in amusement. His arms and legs were crushed, and his internal organs were ruptured. As his skull cracked, blood poured out. He couldn't even see properly because of the blood fogging his vision. Was he going to die futilely like this, without being able to do anything? Ibrahimovic wanted to endure it, but his consciousness was slowly fading away. Right before his consciousness was completely cut off, he felt his body being flicked away. He was rolling on the ground. When he opened his eyes later, he could see a black shadow fighting with the creature. The cannibal demonic creature was trembling in fear. Monster, monster, go away, monster, ack. It shook its fists around, but the black shadow avoided them and turned the cannibal demonic creature into a bloodied mess in seconds. The cannibal monster humans protecting the cannibal demonic creature were all dead. Like Ibrahimovic was when he had met the creature was now the one scared of the shadow. It was being pushed to death. What was it? Ibrahimovic wondered, but he couldn't continue thinking. Just before he let out his last breath, he saw the cannibal demonic creature's head being tossed in the air, blood spurting out. You have discovered the cannibal monster human village. The enemy procession is beginning. Kayak, KRRK, KRK. The black fire that began in the forest spread to the village. The cannibal monster humans who were enjoying their feast of humans were taken aback at the sudden occurrence. They all tried to put the fire out with water, but the fire just grew bigger and swallowed everything in its path. The crops and fruits that they had grown with care for the last year instantly became ashes, and their cottages became charcoal. The yard where the village people danced and sang instantly became fuel for the fire. The cannibal monster humans were confused as they didn't know the source of the fire. Their craze, which began after some of their comrades had died, flared up again. However, there was another waiting disaster for them. Pat, from inside the black fire, a whirlwind came at them. It was Yin Wu. Quack, Yin Wu moved rapidly and got rid of the cannibal monster humans in his way. He didn't even have to pull out Vigrid or use his black aura. He could kill them off just using his magic bayonet. They were defeated one-sidedly without even being able to fight back. The difficulty is increasing. The difficulty is increasing. The frequency of the cannibal demonic creatures' approach is becoming more frequent. Human, I'm going to kill you, human. A few cannibal demonic creatures ran at him amidst the massacre. They were easily taken care of as well. When he swung his sword, the creature's fist was flung away like a piece of straw, and when he swung it again, the creature plopped to the ground because its heart and throat were cut. How? It was incomparable to when it ripped Ibrahimovic apart easily. Their end was futile. They're too weak. Yin Wu stepped on the corpse again and jumped forward once more. Blood spread out and evaporated from the heat. Cannibal demonic creatures and humans continued to come at him, but they couldn't fight Yin Wu properly. They were weak, all of them. It was so disappointing for Yin Wu. He knew that the cannibal demonic creatures wouldn't satisfy his expectations. But he still thought they would be a nuisance. His brother had expressed annoyance when he fought them. However, they couldn't bother Yin Wu any less. He hadn't even awakened his authorities. It was like when he fought with Apophysis shedding. The chief has found you making the village into a mess. He sacrificed the lower-level priests and has begun to chant a new prayer. The cannibal monster king's arrival is nearing. Current progress, 81%. Yin Wu narrowed his eyes at the new message. The arrival of the cannibal monster king. Would he be strong? He hoped it would be better than Apophysis shedding. When he reached 100%. The prayers have been accepted. The chief has begun to evolve. The cannibal monster king has arrived. Far away, Yin Wu saw a small, isolated island. It was where the chief stayed. Spreading his wings of fire, he flew above the river of souls. Pat, using wind path and blink, he slid above the water and arrived at his destination. Crunch, crunch, something as big as Apophysis shedding was voraciously eating something. He felt Yin Wu's presence and turned his head. His red eyes creased violently. So it's you, the one who hurt my children. Yin Wu put his magic bayonet away and pulled Vigrid out. As he swept his black aura around, he thought to himself. Would this guy be strong or weak? His brother had definitely said he was strong. He said that it was hard even for him, and he had barely beat him with the help of his comrades. Then, how would Yin Wu himself fare? He knew that he was stronger than his brother, but he hoped the being would be somewhat challenging. Are you using fear fire? Funny, using hellfire on the Prince of Ghosts. I'm blessed by the River of Souls. Fear fire can't defeat me. Like how fire is put out by water, I can counter this easily. The air around the cannibal monster king became humid. Fog settled down, and it seemed like it would start to rain. It was an acidic fog. It was the trait of the being that excelled at using fear water. Seeing it, Yin Wu kicked off from the ground in annoyance. Blah blah, you talk too much. How? It was an unbelieving tone of voice. Yin Wu snorted at him. You talk too much. Pook. Yin Wu broke the cannibal monster king's head. Blood spurted out, but it all evaporated in the heat. He was the same. Yin Wu sighed. The Apophysis shedding and the cannibal monster king were easily swept away by his aura. I guess there's nothing I can do except climb to the higher floors quickly. It might have been his greed for wanting something from the lower floors. This won't do. I should meet Lana and quickly get through this. Gosh. Yin Wu decided to change his priorities. At first, he was going to take everything he could and slowly climb the tower, but there wasn't any need for that anymore. It was better to find what he needed and move on to the next floor. Yin Wu found another village on the island. It was where the chief had stayed. Young and old cannibal monster humans were trembling in fear. Of those, Yin Wu was interested in the elders. The cannibal monster humans were naturally gifted warriors, shipwrights, and boatmen. The older ones knew the secret to the boat for crossing the River of Souls. If he could use them well, he could get to the 30th floor without too much trouble. Chapter 271 The Hoarder 11. Keek. The cannibal monster human elders were trembling. Their trusted king had fallen. They had no hope of fighting back. However, even while they were trembling, they didn't let go of their spears. It was because of the women and children behind them. Even with the king dead, they wanted to save their grandchildren somehow. Yi and Wu snorted. He didn't feel bad for them. It was survival of the fittest. These beings had just been eating players. He wouldn't forgive them just because their positions were swapped. But he wasn't going to kill them either. Since they didn't have any power, he was going to make them build the boat and use them for small errands. Yi and Wu stretched his hand out to them. The reward that he earned after killing the cannibal monster king shined. Cannibal monster king's token. Category: holy item. Rank: A. Limited to the 27th floor. Restriction: the clearance of the cannibal monster king. The fear level of the cannibal monster human tribe has to be at least 30. All warriors of the tribe must be decimated. Summary: the token that the tribe chief leaves behind after becoming king. Because of the tribe's skill, blood connections, you can use the connected monster portents with it. However, the tribe must pledge themselves to you. It was a shining purple bead. The skills of the tribe were contained within it, so he could use it however he wanted. Jungwoo also made the boat with this. He got it by coincidence, but it was useful and sturdy. Seeing the lifestyle of the cannibal monster humans, he had wondered if they were able to create boats. And bingo! The cannibal human monsters were an indigenous species more intellectual than other monsters. Most players didn't know this, but that wasn't the case for his brother. The cannibal monster humans didn't just eat humans. Rather, humans were a delicacy. They fished in the river when players didn't show up. Of course they would be able to create boats. It wasn't technically a hidden piece, but it was also a hidden piece that you couldn't find if you didn't use your imagination. Wah! The token of the cannibal monster king shined, and the old cannibal monster humans shook their heads as if to reject the binding. Their hands trembled in rejection, but if you don't accept it, the ones behind you die. The old cannibal monster humans shook at his words. He would kill the children first. They weren't just empty words. Just then, a smarter-looking cannibal monster human stepped forward with heavy steps. If you promise to save the women and the children, we'll pledge to the binding. No, Yi and Wu denied their condition in an instant. There will be no negotiations. Everyone accepts the token. If not, every one of you will die. The elders looked back at the monster portents. The women shook their heads in fear. Even if they became slaves, survival was the most important thing. He eventually nodded his head. Understood. Ding. You have initiated the bind of the tribe. Additional karma is being provided. You earned the title, Guide of Cannibal Monster Humans. You have succeeded in claiming the 2311th Cannibal Human Island as your territory. If you want, you can use it as a base after declaring it your domain. The island of the cannibal monster humans is another hidden piece. He could use its inhabitants as slaves and use the land as his territory. I didn't know who the creator of the 27th floor was, but they were twisted. A territory on a stage that you have to escape in 49 days. Did they want us to keep it or not? But it was useful to use it as a secret storage base. After the stage was over, some people used the islands as their private bases. Wasn't one of Balak's manufacturing facilities located here? Balak was especially interested in the River of Souls and the lifeforms in it. Balak was interested in poison, so the 27th floor was basically his home. His brother had given the coordinates of the island over to him. After that, Balak didn't talk about this island at all. When his brother occasionally asked, he just answered that things were going fine. Yi and Wu thought that he was using the area even today. He wanted to invade the island and break it apart, but there's no use if I don't know the coordinates. Balak had changed the coordinates of the island after a long time. Yi and Wu couldn't spend 49 days looking through all the islands, and even if he found it, there were probably defenses set up all around it. There'll be a way for me to find it next time. Or if I use these guys, I can find it. Yi and Wu turned away from the cannibal monster humans with regret. Already bound to the pledge, they were bowing on the ground. They looked like servants meeting their king. Like his monster portents, he could feel that they were connected through the token. Yi and Wu opened Intranian while looking at them. If he wanted to create the boat, he needed to get started as soon possible. The cannibal monster humans started crafting the boat as soon as Yi and Wu ordered them to. The token of the cannibal monster king wasn't a simple token of a king. It was an authority that could determine whether they lived or died. To save their children, they had to do everything they could. The older ones felt tired moving around. They struggled to carry the specter trees, but Yi and Wu didn't even blink. Suffering was their responsibility, not his. He didn't have any reason to pity them. However, he ordered his monster portents to help them for the things that required strength. He couldn't let his workforce get hurt. He found players on the island locked up in the village storage room. Thank you so much. The players cried as they thanked Yi and Wu for freeing them. Yi and Wu silently nodded and gave them the canoes that the cannibal monster humans used to get back to the main island. A few players seemed to want Yi and Wu to help them, but Yi and Wu didn't say a word to them. I might end up with burdens. He had done enough by saving them. Putting the players who went back to the main island out of his mind, he headed towards where the boat was being created. The cannibal monster humans said they needed about 5 days to make the boat, so he was going to push up that deadline. Meanwhile, the players arrived at the main island floating on the River of Souls. Their faces were filled with exhaustion. What do we do now? Their happiness from being saved didn't last long. They didn't know what to do from there. All their items had been stolen, and they only had themselves. Furthermore, they had been locked up for quite a while, and the time limit was almost up. They didn't really have any options. There was only one method left. To be carried by someone onto the next floor. They just glanced at each other. No one spoke up first. They needed to get on Yi and Wu's good side, but no one was going to step up. They might get hurt. They were too scared of the hoarder. In the end, no one moved until they arrived at the shore. They didn't even see that most of the forest was destroyed. Just then, swish, they felt a presence and heard the sound of grass rustling. They all looked in the same direction. A person, Heidi, was leading a group of people there. She also looked surprised by their sudden appearance. So you're saying the hoarder got rid of all the cannibal monster humans? Why, yes, Heidi gasped. She didn't really think he could do it, but he had. Then the shadow monster from back then was also the hoarders. She didn't have any evidence, but considering the circumstances, it made sense. It was truly surprising. The shadow monsters that effortlessly killed the cannibal demonic creature were shocking by themselves, but Yi and Wu had even taken on the cannibal monster king alone. It was clear that the hoarder was more skilled than what was known to the public. After Orant and Ibrahimovic died, Heidi had searched for survivors in the forest with the rest of Team Trinity. She didn't think there would be any survivors, but it was only right to help them if there were. She wouldn't be like the 92nd Squad. Her comrades, Dylan and Jun, agreed with her. The specialty of an elf was love. It was a cruel tower, but Heidi still wanted to uphold some morals. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of survivors. The cannibal demonic humans had just focused on hunting for pleasure, and they didn't look at prey that was already hurt. There were about 60 players in Trinity now. This number was more than enough. The 26th floor had actually been harder. However, they all looked extremely tired. After jumping over countless hurdles of danger, they suddenly felt tired because it was peaceful. Also, the air isn't good. It's making our bodies heavy. Our minds are also becoming weaker. Heidi thought that it was going to be truly dangerous if this kept up. Dylan and Jun looked tired as well, but they could still move. She could also feel their strong determination to get through this stage. The other members were the same. So Heidi was going to cross the River of Souls using any way possible. Thankfully, they had the materials from the 92nd Squad, so it was easy to make a boat if they found Karen. The problem was the other survivors. It was right to leave them behind if they were going to be a burden. However, she was never going to do that. I don't want to be like father. Heidi bit her lips thinking of an old memory. Technically, these 60 people that followed her were all her people. She couldn't throw them away just because they made things harder. Some people might say she was being hypocritical, but she didn't care. There was only one way for her to save everyone and get to the 30th floor. We need the help of the hoarder. But how? The hoarder definitely wasn't someone who would volunteer to help first. He had a cold personality and would push people away if they were a bother. However, with her fairy eyes, she knew that Yi and Wu wasn't an evil person. He just looked that way because he did things coldly, but he wasn't a twisted person. It was easier to convince people like this. She just had to show him that would be helpful to each other. It all came down to one thing. The price. We have to make a deal. We can show that we won't be a nuisance and give the hoarder something that he'll be satisfied with. But what do we have? What can we give? Yi and Wu had everything. Strength, charisma, and hidden pieces. On the other hand, they only had one thing. Their bodies. Still, even that was too lacking compared to Yi and Wu's subordinates. Wait, our bodies. Heidi opened her eyes. Then, she looked around. Before she contacted Yi and Wu, she had to convince them so they wouldn't say anything otherwise. She was confident that Yi and Wu wouldn't reject a deal like this. Tian, hello, I will be taking a break for the next 2 days. When I come back, a new week will be started for the cycle of 12 chapters. This chapter is not included in the release rate of 12 per week, so there will still be 12 chaps when the new week starts. Thanks for your support, SLR readers. Y'all are the best. Closing square bracket. Chapter 272 The Hoarder 12. You want me to carry you? Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes at Heidi. Although he wasn't doing much, Heidi felt pressured. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she nodded. Yi and Wu judged Heidi highly. There was a big difference between being able to look into the eyes of someone you were asking a favor from and not. On the other hand, they're done for. The people who were looking at him from far away with pleading gazes, having given all the responsibility to Heidi, were pathetic. They were players from the 27th floor, but they were extremely weak. They would probably be eaten by magical creatures in the River of Souls when they crossed it or be prey for the pirates. Do I look that different from them? So much so that they're scared like that? Yi and Wu silently looked at Heidi. His boat, which was being made by the cannibal monster humans, was quickly taking form. The cannibal monster humans said they needed 4 days, but 3 days was enough at this rate. Anything was possible if you forced them to put their minds to it. Heidi had come in the middle of that process. She brought the players who were alive on the island with her and requested help. Yes, of course, we won't ask for bulls **** like help out of goodwill. We'll give you half of the karma that we have. And while we're on the boat, we'll do anything you ask. The trivial work and such. Anything. Anything. Yes, any. Can you be held responsible for what you're saying? Heidi was going to respond to Yi and Wu's question and became speechless. His indifferent eyes flashed slyly. He looked her up and down. Heidi unwittingly shook. She felt like a mouse in front of a snake, like her body had been dismembered to be observed. She couldn't breathe. All kinds of thoughts went through her mind. She felt scared and humiliated. She regretted saying anything. She felt like he was saying, "What are you going to do if I touch you?" Despite the fear, she bit her lips. She couldn't step back here. She couldn't let down the people who were counting on her. All. Except any conditions. At her words, PSSSS's. Everything that was pressuring Heidi disappeared like it was never there. Heidi subconsciously sighed out of relief. You're a lot different from the 16th floor. Heidi was surprised at what he said. She never imagined he would remember her. The war with the Cheonwado was a big event for her, but to the hoarder, she was probably just a background character. It had been too short. It seems like it's because of other people's expectations of you. It's best not to be swung by those. One-sided trust and expectation always turn into disappointment. What are you? Heidi felt like his words were bitter and lonely, like he was talking about some time in the past. She was going to ask him what he was talking about, but Yi and Wu firmly cut her off. You'll get to know in the future. If you want to get on the boat, fine. I'll accept. Heidi's expression turned brighter. She didn't think he would accept that easily. However, there are conditions. Heidi swallowed with a nervous face again. First, the payment is 90% of the karma you have. No haggling. We'll do it in front of Karen so you can't hide things, either. It was a powerful condition, but Heidi quickly nodded her head. In their positions, they would have to give up their life savings if he asked for it. Anything else? You have to follow me unconditionally. I'll throw you into the river right away if you don't listen. Understood. And lastly, don't pay attention to anything I do. Don't even come near the places I point out. If you don't follow this condition, I'll throw you into the river. Heidi's face brightened up again. She had worried that he would say something unreasonable, but they were all things she could understand. She nodded her head in agreement. She didn't forget to thank him. Open corner bracket I see they're the second bunch of slaves. Just then, Shannon said something strange. The second bunch, open corner bracket the first bunch is over there, Shannon pointed at the cannibal monster humans. He seemed to be pointing at the people bound to Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu grinned, then they're pushed back a spot. To the second bunch and the third bunch. Open corner bracket why, the first bunch is here. Open corner bracket hey. Shannon jumped up and down after Yi and Wu pointed at him and the monster portents, but Yi and Wu put him behind and looked at the people behind Heidi. It would have been fine to reject their offer, but there were two reasons he accepted it. One was that the boat that was being created was so large that it would be comfortable with more workers on it. The second, they're lacking a lot, but I think they'll be useful if they're put to work. He saw someone who was worth considering for the first time since he entered the tower. She was responsible and had leadership. He could help her fill in areas where she was lacking. However, if there was a con, it was that she seemed to place importance on living up to other people's expectations of her. That needed to be fixed. She would probably change her mind about that soon, anyway. I'll have to keep an eye on her. Yi and Wu looked at the joyful survivors and turned around. There, the cannibal monster humans were moving busily. Meanwhile, in the clan house of the fantasy regiment, Cardin was rushing around after having read the report that came from below. The moment he entered a temple-like building, the sound of swords clashing against each other rang against the marble walls. Cashing. Someone in shining armor was exchanging swords with multiple sword wielders. It looked like a hero was swinging his sword in an elegant way, and it looked like it was out of a legend. He had a beautiful sword technique. Although the people fighting against him were all expert-level players, he pierced through their weaknesses with ease. Clang! The jaws of everyone watching dropped. The same went for Cardin. He was in a rush, but he found himself absorbed in watching the sparring. When the last sword flew up into the air, everyone released the breath they were holding. They hadn't been able to breathe properly because it was so tense. Ah, we can't defeat you, sir. We thought we were almost at your level now. Every time you swing your sword, your left shoulder is open. As long as you fix that, you should be fine. You've improved a lot. I might lose next time. Did you know that's a form of mocking? I know you don't have any idea of what it's like to lose. Is that so? Haha. The man chuckled and stretched out his hand for the man on the floor. Then, he took off his helm. Gold hair drenched in sweat revealed itself. His face looked like it was sculpted. His looks were so seductively outstanding. However, his low voice and the charisma that he exuded showed that it wasn't just his looks that were beautiful. The servants around him quickly dried out his hair with a towel while he gulped down water. He felt parched after sweating. Everyone around him had a neat and serious attitude. The white armor they had on had a crossed chi in the middle, emitting holiness. The second squad of the fantasy regiment, the illusion knightage. Considering how the first squad consisted of leaders of different clans, the second squad was technically the center that led the fantasy regiment. The commander, Kreutz, had outstanding sword techniques, enough to be called the illusion knight, and he was the face of the fantasy regiment, having represented them in front of the public. His beautiful face, honorable personality, and caring attitude created the exact image of a knight, so many people followed him. Commander. Oh, who's this? Cardin. What are you here for? I haven't heard anything from you after you entered the smithy. I came because I have something urgent to tell you. To tell me? Kreutz wondered what the captain who had gone into closed training would have to tell him, so he took the report from him. The moment he read it, his face stiffened. The servants realized that something wasn't right and quietly stepped back. The other knights all stepped away from him and got on their guards. The Hoarder arrived on Island 2311, and the 92nd Squad was destroyed as a result of that. Yes, sir. Was Tree Image the 92nd Squad? The one with Hector? Yes, sir. I was always worried about that guy since he was so arrogant without the skills to back up his attitude. He's gone and done it this time. I thought he would be okay since Two-Face was at his side. The Hoarder doesn't let anyone go if they bare their teeth at him. Kreutz rubbed his forehead in frustration. The regiment leader will be furious when he hears about this. Yes, sir. Ha! The Hoarder will probably refuse if we contact him like this. He's very suspicious of others. This is why we said over and over not to confront him. Kreutz sighed. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have sent the knightage to the 26th or the 27th floor. But no one knew when the Hoarder was going to appear on the 26th floor, and there were too many islands on the 27th floor, so it was hard to pick a single spot. That was why he had requested the help of the other squads in the area. It seemed like some arrogant fool had messed things up. Kreutz felt extremely frustrated, but what could he do? The water was already spilled, and the people responsible for the mess were dead. Is it time for restructuring? I thought it was too early, but it seems like there's a limit with the way we're doing right now. In fact, Kreutz believed that the structure of the fantasy regiment had to be changed. The regiment was a private group created by the commander and 12 of his blood brothers. Then, as the Cheongwado toppled and the Red Dragon split apart, the regiment recruited greater numbers. Thanks to that, they had reaped gains and controlled most of the lower floors within a year. However, their expansion caused trouble in some places. Because of their loose control, some squads within the regiment acted out. Also, some good-for-nothings entered through the easy conditions and asked for unreasonable things like equal relationships. Kreutz, who based the fantasy regiment on trust and loyalty, felt frustrated at this. They didn't listen no matter how much they attempted to rein them in, and if they used force, they would always get complaints. There was also the problem with the 8 large clans. People who didn't know compared them to the 8 large clans because of their size. However, Kreutz didn't agree. They might be similar in scale, but they were vastly different internally. They were ever so lacking. Loose control, wide management, and their number of rankers. Everything was lacking. Still, the 8 large clans didn't look too kindly on the regiment. They just weren't able to do anything because of the tensions between themselves, but if they had the chance, they would try to rip them apart. Also, it wasn't just the fantasy regiment that had grown during the time of confusion. There were a few new clans that were as large or skilled as them. They had to win in the competition with them somehow. In the end, for the fantasy regiment to grow to even greater heights, they had to take care of the things that happened within their site and restructure their organization. We need the leader for that, but since he doesn't go outside. Kreutz sighed, thinking of the regiment leader who would have left from closed training. He knew how much the regiment leader cherished Yin Wu and what kind of relationship they had, so he didn't know what he was going to do now. Yin Wu was someone they had to recruit as an ally, never as an enemy. Then, what about the hoarder? Where is he? I heard he already floated his boat onto the River of Souls. I suppose it'll be easier to find him after that. Deliver this to the squad that's near the river. Fix the misunderstanding and... Never mind. I'll do it myself this time. Yourself. Cardin was surprised, but Kreutz nodded heavily. Of course, we have to fix the misunderstanding face to face. Cardin's expression hardened. Kreutz realized that there were some things that Cardin didn't say. Is something the matter? I don't recommend you go yourself. Why? There are reports that Triton just arrived on the 28th floor. What? Triton was one of the 4 emerging clans along with the fantasy regiment. They were famous for having the god of the seas, Poseidon, back them up. They were all violent and uncivilized. Kreutz despised them. That wasn't the end of it. Also, Cardin squeezed both his eyes shut as he finished his sentence. There are reports that the Bloodland and the White Dragon sent spies at the hoarder's appearance. Quote! Chapter 273 The Hoarder 13. Chapter 273 The Hoarder 13. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 2/12. Qua. There was a boat splitting through the water. Waves thrust against the boat, and white foam scattered, shaking the calm surface of the water. However, it wasn't beautiful. The River of Souls shined an ashy color. There was a sticky acidity in the air. Every time the surface was broken, the screams that the ghosts let out stimulated fear. But as if the passengers didn't care, on that giant ship carrying hundreds, there was an orgy party happening. Men and women, everyone were high from drinking and drugs. They nakedly twisted around each other like mating snakes, and there were scandalous things occurring, like multiple men with one woman. Slaves refilled the bars and tables with wine, meat, and drugs. The music was loud, and people were shouting. When they were excited, they even wrung the neck of the people they had just had relations with. After that, they tossed them into the ocean and roamed around looking for new prey. No other words could describe this better than a frenzy. The problem was that this wasn't the only boat like this. Along with the large ship, there were tens of smaller boats that followed it like ducklings following their mother. It was a fleet so large that it would cause the jaws of anyone who looked at it to drop. Open angle bracket Sea God Seawall close angle bracket. The blessing that was given to them made them even more threatening. The reason they could head to their destination without losing their way even with the orgy was because the authority was activated. In the center of everything, there was a man. On the highest floor of the ship, a man sat on a throne decorated with gold, jade, and all kinds of jewels looking at the horizon. His head was messed up like a lion's mane, and he was covered with beautiful naked women, filling himself with the drinks and meat they brought. Kahalhalal, not too long now. The man ripped a piece of meat into his mouth with his hairy arm and suddenly stood up. The women who were quietly sleeping in his arms frantically left. The women who were waiting behind him quickly covered his naked body with a cape. The man was still looking far away into the horizon. But his eyes were fixed to a specific location, rather, they were looking somewhere far off. Tell all the crew members we'll be arriving soon. At his loud orders, the sound of horns rang out all over the ship. Woo! The other boats blared their horns, and the crew members started getting up one by one. The fogginess in their eyes vanished, like they had never been high on wine and drugs, and they began to dress themselves in the armor that they had tossed onto the ground. When they were done, they turned back into neat warriors. Triton, they were the might of the ocean after having received Poseidon's blessing. Lana's territory, the apostle of Poseidon who was leading them, Benteke, smiled cruelly. I don't know why we're looking for the quartz palace, but this will be fun. Kahalhalal. His laughter rang out loudly. The predator has arrived. It is expressing its fury. Everyone be aware. Hold on tight. At Hydas' urgent shout, the players and cannibal monster humans began to grab sturdy holds. Then, Kwong, with a mighty explosion, the boat shook up and down. The players that had failed to grab onto a hold were flicked out with a scream, and the people who were barely holding on couldn't get a grip of themselves. The acid that was falling from the sky was strong enough to melt their skin. Screams filled the air. Heidi realized why Yi and Wu asked them to follow him unconditionally. He was telling them not to have regrets or be dissatisfied. It had been 5 days since they left the island. That much time had already passed since they entered the 29th floor. It was enough time for them to become used to it, but they were still scared. Not be dissatisfied, that was something that they couldn't achieve. Everyone would be the same if they saw the sight. There was a large whale that was even bigger than the Summer Queen's body. Tens of sharp teeth akin to a shark's shined. It was even more problematic because there were tens of other whales just like it behind it. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the boat was going to crack. There were countless monsters living inside the River of Souls. Because they lived in the poisonous and acidic river, they were extremely vicious, and sometimes, they enjoyed eating people that floated above the river. Once you entered the 28th floor, finding your direction was one problem, and surviving from the sea monsters was another. Most sea monsters could be defeated if multiple players worked together, and they could even be killed from time to time. However, the large predatory whale in front of them was different. It was a sea king monster that lived in the center of the River of Souls. Also, because of its ravenous personality, nothing would be left over once these monsters appeared. Even the sea monsters didn't appear when the sea king monsters came up. The predator was in the greatest tier of sea king monsters. They were the most hated monsters of the players, and they occasionally spit out acid-like breath to melt the players. However, there were tens of the predators. They dug into each other and pushed their heads into each other's wounds. Foundations of blood shot up and turned the blackish river red. The smell of blood wafted in the air, and the screams of ghosts rang out over and over again. The predators continued their hunt. Why didn't the hoarder go another route and go this dangerous way? There are other, calmer areas. Is there a reason for this? Heidi had so many things she wanted to ask the hoarder, but she stayed quiet because one of the conditions was not to interfere with what he was doing. And right now, it was more important to focus on not being flung out of the boat. Her gaze was focused on the heads of the predators. Yi and Wu was sitting there, pulling on a sword from his subspace. A god of, Malak, Azrael, is smiling at you. Azrael blesses you. A god of, Olympus, Thanatos, is gleeful. A demon of, Jalgio, Vimazildera, looks at you with strange eyes. Anubis is watching you. Giltine is satisfied. Anku claps. The gods and demons who have the power of death are amazed by you. You received a powerful blessing. Yi and Wu got rid of the messages that kept on popping up. The messages that he had been getting from the 26th floor told him that all the gods and demons related to death were paying attention to him. They were offering apostle positions and even directly giving him blessings now. Azrael is glad. Azrael strengthens the third spirit with his power. You can do more things with it now. Azrael awaits your choice. Azrael pretty much seemed to consider Yi and Wu his apostle now. He was the most proactive out of all the gods related to death, but it was also probably because one of the 4 authorities that Yianwu had chosen was his. The proficiency that was highest was the third spirit. Israel's influence over Yianwu became larger, and he was happy at the jealousy of the other gods and demons. I see it's true that he's a god that likes to be haughty. Of course, there was a being that was furious too. A demon of l'infernal, Agaras, is telling the other gods and demons not to be greedy for what's his. The gods and demons all ignore him. Most of them ignored him. He was ranked second within l'infernal, but after losing his power on the 23rd floor, he was nothing more than their punching bag. Yianwu pulled out Vigrid. As his 4 authorities activated, Vigrid trembled while emitting a white light. Yianwu surrounded it with black aura. Kwang, the wave of fire covered the heads of the predators like lightning. The atmosphere fizzed, and the river water steamed. Talk. Yianwu lightly stepped up on the quiet boat. The boat couldn't even be called a boat anymore with how ruined it was after all these days. He could see the cannibal monster humans fixing the broken sections. The boat really looked like a ghost ship, with all its tatters. The players looked at him in fear. They didn't even think about the fact that they were on the same boat as the cannibal monster humans. Yianwu was the scariest, not the old and young beings of another species. Of course, Yianwu didn't care. When he spread his palm open, tens of jewels poured down. They were blue emeralds, the Sea King monster crystal. It was a hidden piece on the 28th floor and could be refined into a source for magic power or holy power because it had the energy of souls. It's also something Lana likes. Lana loved gold and jewels according to the diary. She liked worldly things, and she was capricious and unrestrained. Once upon a time, she was a great sea pirate along the River of Souls. Was it more accurate to say she was a great river pirate? When I first met Lana, it was in the middle of the River of Souls. Because I had draconic eyes, it wasn't that hard to find the direction, and as long as we fended off the sea monsters, it wasn't that hard to pass the river. Occasionally, there were pirates, but they weren't a big deal. Then, when we were almost on land, I met her. Along with the tens of boats she brought, saying she would avenge her subordinates. The confrontation with Lana was actually from a misunderstanding. Jungwoo and her subordinates had been fighting in battle, and one survivor had gone to tell Lana about it. And the result of it was Jungwoo's loss. His brother had been greatly shocked. He was confident after his third step awakening and sky wings that no one would be able to defeat him on this floor. Most rankers couldn't win against him either. Then, he learned that it had been a while since Lana was a ranker, and she missed the River of Souls, so she had come back. She was the ruler of the 28th floor. While conversing with his brother, who was a prisoner, she realized that her subordinate had made a mistake and let go of Arthea and his brother herself. She even cut the neck of the subordinate who dared to mock her. Jungwoo completely fell for that. His brother had completely been hooked on Lana. It was his first time seeing such an easygoing and brave woman. Viera Dune had been jealous, but his feelings were more of respect than love. Also, her sword and magic were so outstanding that his brother wanted to be like her. After that, his brother had stayed on the River of Souls as long as he could to learn different skills from Lana. Lana had been annoyed at first, but Jungwoo followed her around like a puppy and reminded her of her little siblings, so she had taught him many things. Their relationship continued for a long time after that. Lana had taken his brother's side during the war against the 8 large clans, and her forces had been reduced to nothing because of that, but she didn't regret it. There was no knowing what happened after that. The last clue in the diary was that she was probably staying at the Quartz Palace, her home. Her whereabouts were unknown after that. But I'll probably be able to find her soon. Considering Lana's personality, she wouldn't stay still even after all that had happened. It was most likely that she was raising more forces secretly on the 28th floor. And she might have already come back out. If that was the case, it was likely that she had become a pirate again. She was talented, so she probably left the clutches of the 8 large clans easily. Yianwu wanted to have such a person in his clan. Where was she? He needed to find where the Quartz Palace was first. Unfortunately, his brother's diary didn't have the exact coordinates of the Quartz Palace. It was because Lana had cast magic on it so no one could read the coordinates. But that doesn't mean there's not a way. While Yianwu was trying to think of someone. It's a pirate. A player who had been looking ahead with binoculars shouted. Yianwu turned to look in that direction. When he directed his magic power into his eyes, he could see something furiously speeding at him from far away. It was a large ship with dents all over. The skull on the flag high above it showed it was a pirate ship. A satisfied smile grew on Yi and Wu's face. There it is. Our guide. Open corner bracket, so they're the third bunch. I don't even know anymore. He could hear Shannon muttering, but he just ignored it. Chapter 274 The Hoarder 14. The pirate clan, the Wild Skull, had been gleeful until just a few minutes ago. So a large amount of predators appeared there, and they all moved back now. Yes, we can't find any traces of the predators on our radar, so we can just go and collect them. Hew. I thought something big was happening with tens of predators gathering. I didn't know it would be such a good thing for us. The pirates all guffawed together as they turned the boat around. Predators usually showed up because there was a lot of prey for them to feast on, such as ships and navies with lots of people on them. But tens of predators had suddenly disappeared. That meant that a large-scale fleet had passed by. Something big had probably happened. Although the fleet sent them away, they probably received damage on their side, too. It was clear that all kinds of treasures would be floating around. The Wild Skull collected treasure without owners or stole from ships that were attacked by the Sea King monsters. It was the same right now. They were expecting a big score for the first time in a while. If they attacked a ship that was damaged from chasing the predators away, they would probably get the most loot that they had in a few years. They were all excited when suddenly, disaster came like the wind. Quang! Something suddenly dropped on their mast. With a huge shock wave, the ship shook up and down, and the pirates all fell over, losing their balance. What is that? The pirates all had surprised faces and tried to stand up. However, they all stumbled. The ship is falling apart. The ship was folding in half. Water started to flow above the deck. The pale pirates tried whatever they could to survive, but this time, fire flamed up from the center and swallowed the mast and the deck. A few of them fumbled at the fire, but they ended up plopping into the river after sliding down the deck. There were screams of fear everywhere. The people who had barely gripped the columns or ropes could rest easier, but the hand of death was at their necks too. Fire above or the river below. The only difference was whether they would burn or melt to death. Their faces paled further with every second. Just then, Yi and Wu bent over to look down at them. Do you want to live? The moment they saw the mask Yi and Wu had, they realized that they had walked into their own graves. Everyone knew the mask of the hoarder. He was the rookie who had finished off the Summer Queen. I want to live. I'll do anything you ask for. Please spare me. Yi and Wu nodded with satisfaction. Open corner bracket sheesh. Your personality is. You know you're not in the position to judge the Martial King, right? He could hear Shannon speaking, but he pretended like he didn't hear anything again and spoke to the pirates. Do you know where the Quartz Palace is? The Quartz Palace. Are you talking about the Blue Rose? The Blue Rose. It was the name of the pirate crew that Lana led. Right. It's already been several years since the Blue Rose went off the grid, so we don't. Quang! Yi and Wu powerfully stomped his left foot. As he did, the entire ship shook, and cracks split into the wood. It was precariously on the edge of collapsing any second. The speed at which the water flowed in became faster. The faces of the pirates turned frantic. But I know someone who might know them. The ship completely cracked, and just when they were about to drop in the river, a shadow stretched out and grabbed them by their collars, hanging them in the air. Swinging in the air like fruits on a tree, they looked down at the boiling river water below them. You're telling the truth. Why, yes, the captain of the Wild Skull shouted loudly in his stiff position. To be honest, he didn't know anything, but he was only thinking of how to survive. I'm sure something will come out from other pirates. It can't be only us that die like this. From then, the pirate hunting began. Following what the captain of the Wild Skull told him about the other pirate crews, he completely destroyed their ships and saved them right before they died. None of the pirate crews wanted to be the only ones to be ruined like this, so they gave all the information of the other pirates' bases. Yi and Wu accomplished looting about 10 bases in one night. Thanks to that, rumors began to spread among the pirates. It was an ominous rumor that, when a ghost ship appeared, it would swallow pirates up. And as the many pirate crews began to disappear, the pirates who had been active in their looting began to hide themselves. Of course, that didn't mean the pirate hunting was over. Row the boat, the winds are strong, raise the mast, this time, we're going to where the silent flower is. Above deck, There were about hundreds of crew members adjusting the mast, and others were busily observing the horizon with binoculars. Yi and Wu's ghost ship had changed quite a bit in 4 days. The pirates that were caught as prisoners of war acted as crew members and helped to move the boat. Since the river was their home, they were more skilled than Trinity or the cannibal monster humans in this aspect. Thanks to them, Trinity was doing relatively easier work. Sometimes, they wondered if it was okay for them to be so relaxed. Is it really all right for us to have our hands off like this? Dylan carefully asked Heidi the question with a flabbergasted face. As soon as the pirates realized that Trinity was also below Yi and Wu, they began to serve them, calling them sunbaes. TN. Sunbae is a Korean term for designating a senior in the organization or field who had more experience than you. It's the Korean equivalent of senpai. There were even a few who looked at them with tears, asking about how much they must have suffered. Then, they began to call people who came after them hubaes and use them. TN. Hubae is the Korean term opposite to sunbae, it's for those who have less experience than you. It's the Korean equivalent of kohai. There was a clear hierarchy on Yi and Wu's boat, and Trinity found themselves at the top. Within the ghost ship, Heidi was first mate. Trinity, the cannibal monster humans, and even the pirates all consulted her because Yi and Wu was too scary to approach. Dylan wondered if it was okay to leave things alone with how many new people they were getting. Thankfully, the ship was large, and they had a lot of open space, but unlike the pirates who lived on the stage, Trinity was in the middle of clearing it. It was one thing to become allies with the pirates, but he was worried about becoming tied down here. Oh well, we have to do what he asks. Heidi just smiled bitterly and couldn't offer a solution. The conditions were still binding. She couldn't talk back to him. If she spoke up, it was obvious that she would be chased away. But still, the hoarder needs to cross the 28th floor like we do. Don't worry too much. Phew, that's true, but, Heidi patted Dylan's shoulder and looked over to where Yi and Wu was. He was sitting on the bow of the hull, looking at the river with a still face. However, she couldn't see what kind of expression he was making because of the mask. Like time around him had paused, he wasn't moving in the slightest. What kind of person is he? Yi and Wu was still too hard to understand for her. She couldn't read him, she didn't know what he was going to do with all these pirates he gathered like collectibles. It seemed like he was trying to get some information from the pirates. However, he could just throw them away if he didn't need them. He was placing them on his boat without throwing them away. Was he saving them because they would die otherwise, or did he have something else in mind? She tried not to think about other people's businesses, but Heidi couldn't stop herself from wondering about Yi and Wu. She was curious about what he was doing. Like he's looking for something. Just then, Yi and Wu raised his hand. It was a sign to stop. The pirates rushed around as they let go of the sail and then dropped the anchor into the sea. Open hollow corner bracket protect the boat well. Yi and Wu tossed a command to Heidi through open speaking and got up. Heidi was about to ask him when he meant, but walk. Yi and Wu spread out his wings of fire and jumped down from the boat. Quote. Quote. That, psycho. The crew members all shouted in shock, but Yi and Wu was already sinking into the river with his wings of fire around his body. Everyone looked stunned. Shock buzzed through the air. The first person to get herself together was Heidi. He had ordered for her to protect the boat. That meant he was coming back. She didn't know what he was thinking, but she realized that this was all planned. If so, what she had to do was already decided. Clap. Heidi clapped her hands together. The murmuring crew members turned to her. Heidi spoke with serious eyes. The hoarder will return. Please stay in your positions until he does. Krrrr. Yi and Wu was sinking deep into the river of souls. The ghosts and sea monsters floating around approached him when they discovered him, but they quickly moved away from him with fear when he used his authority. The third spirit, the authority that the god of death, Azrael, had given it to him, so it was a superior property than what they had, and with the blessings he had continued to receive from the 28th floor, it had more functions. Yi and Wu looked at a shining castle he could barely see through the dark water. It was a large castle that was more like a palace. It was so fancy that it reminded him of the ones in stories. That was the Quartz Palace. Yi and Wu smiled faintly looking at Lana's headquarters. Who would have imagined that under the river of souls with sea monsters and sea monster kings, there would be such a palace? Most pirates just thought that the Quartz Palace was Lana's territory, they didn't know exactly what it was. Even the 8 large clans couldn't find the Quartz Palace. Lana used that to her advantage well. If she's gathering more forces, she'll probably use the quartz palace as her headquarters. Yi and Wu moved along where the blue rose worked and began to search using his spirit familiars when he saw something similar from the diary. This was also the reason why he had been looking at the surface of the water sitting on the bow. It was to look for the quartz palace. Fortunately, his spirit familiars found the location quickly. Yi and Wu consecutively used blink and approached the quartz palace. He was going to meet his brother's teacher who cherished his brother very much. He was looking forward to it. She might still have the necklace that Jungwoo gave her. I gave her a present explaining that there was a teacher appreciation day on Earth, and she quite liked it. I couldn't forget the image of Lana, who was always so regal, overjoyed. However, the quartz palace was extremely different from what he saw in the diary. The castle that should have been shining elegantly was broken in different places, like there had been an intense battle, and it was hard to find anywhere that was left intact. The sections that were somewhat better were quickly eroded by the river water. The barrier that protected the blue rose of thousands of pirates was gone. Yi and Wu became worried. He used his wind path to head towards the center of the quartz palace, the Quartz King Palace. It was set up exactly as he saw in the diary. The only difference was that it was destroyed in some places and filled with river water. He couldn't find any traces of people. Then, Yi and Wu could see skeletons piled up in the hall. Like they had been trying to protect something, the armored skeletons were kneeling, their heads dropped. In front of them, there were skeletons that looked to be their enemies. Behind this is. Yi and Wu clenched his fist past the guards and burst open the door. A large hall revealed itself, and he could see jewels that lost their shine and paintings. And in the throne at the center, one skeleton was sitting in silence. With the clothes that Lana enjoyed wearing. Its bare, bony hand was gripping the necklace his brother had given her. Chapter 275 The Hoarder 15. Yi and Wu's expression hardened. He was wearing a mask, but his expressions could still be seen. It's Jungwoo's necklace. Yi and Wu examined the necklace as he approached the skeleton. It was a necklace of red rubies. Though it was damaged, it was still recognizable. Jungwoo had presented this to Lana while practicing his metallurgy skills. It almost lost all its function as an artifact, but the corpse was still gripping it tightly like it was precious. What happened? Lana was extremely powerful, enough to make his brother see her as his teacher. Also, this was the Quartz Palace, which not even the 8 large clans could find. He couldn't believe that she had been assassinated in a place like this. The problem was that it had been a long time since the corpse was left alone. He wondered if there would be a vestige left. He needed to find out what happened as soon as possible. Yi and Wu pulled black energy out to blow it into the corpse. The black energy didn't enter it, most likely because the river had corroded it too much. Just when he was wondering what he should do, something occurred to him. What if I force it? He activated the third spirit to the extreme. He knew that its functions had increased quite a bit with the blessings from Azrael. However, he had never tested it out, so he didn't know what would happen. Black energy was energy that came from death. He thought maybe it would be possible to somewhat reverse the time of a corpse, even if it had been a while since its death. Fortunately, he was right. The black energy that kept on being flicked away was absorbed into the skeleton. Then, a whitish human-like image stood up. Blue hair and black, burnt skin. She looked weary, but she was still the same Lana from the diary. Open hollow corner bracket Lana, do you know where you are? Yi and Wu spoke to her through consciousness. However, Lana didn't move in the slightest, her head looking down. Her eyes looked dead. Only her vestige woke up. I suppose I can't completely revive her consciousness. The vestige body was only made up of the pieces of the vestige that were left in the corpse. It was merely a collection of her memories. He would be able to know what happened more clearly if she could talk. Not having any other option, Yi and Wu put his hand on Lana's vestige body. Then, it scattered, and all its memories poured into his head. Even the last desperate emotions that she had, all of it. Walk, Benteke, how could you? In the memory, Lana was sobbing at someone. She was once called the ruler of the River of Souls, and if all her subordinates were gathered, they wouldn't fall short of the 8 large clans. But that was not the case in this memory. She had done whatever she could to revive her forces. She had sold all her precious treasures to gather forces and allied herself with enemies of the 8 large clans. At first, she had thought it would take about 10 years, but things progressed faster than she thought. Not only could she revive all her past forces, but she could grow them bigger than before. Then, she would restart the war. She would make those who destroyed her precious disciple wander around the river of souls, unable to move on to the beyond, and avenge her disciple by also destroying the 8 large clans. However, one incident ruined all her plans. The subordinate that Lana cherished the most had mutinied. He was a likable guy, so there were many who followed him, and the coup he had organized killed all her guards. She could see the cracking barrier, the river water pouring in, and her subordinates suddenly being attacked. Lana grit her teeth and shouted at the person who had caused all this. It was the first time she looked that furious since her disciple died. However, he calmly walked down the hall that was littered with corpses. Even though he had broken the necks of his comrades whom he had just been drinking with, he didn't bat an eyelid. There were no signs of sadness or happiness on his face. He looked cold and apathetic, like he had never been the amiable person she thought he was. "My king, Lana, my precious fiancé, you'll never know that this was all caused by what you did." What kind of bull's **** is that? Benteke, he was Lana's right hand. Also, he was her lover. Because he also knew Jungwoo well, they had had some drinks together, too. They weren't comrades or friends, but they were definitely acquaintances. Also, he was Poseidon's apostle. The 12 gods who symbolize the godly society, Olympus. There was great meaning behind being the apostle of one of the most powerful gods. In the higher floors, Benteke was more famous than Lana. He had been a great help in the Blue Rose establishing their power on the 28th floor. However, he had caused this coup. Lana hadn't been able to do anything because it was something her most trusted advisor had done. She never would have imagined that Benteke would do something like this. Even though he always had drinks and women around him, despite them being lovers, and caused the occasional trouble, Lana was also a free spirit, and she didn't care about those aspects. Rather, this was the reason why they got along better. But why had such a person done this? Look, things have gotten to this, but you still don't know. Benteke didn't have the warm face that he always had when he looked at his lover. Instead, he looked completely expressionless and growled like a lion. Cha Jungwoo, Cha Jungwoo, Cha Jungwoo. You don't see that your subordinates are tired every time you say his name, that I'm tired. You're pushing us all into hell. What? If you don't know, just stay ignorant like that your entire life. If it's easier for you to think that way, go ahead. Benteke continued, crinkling his eyes. No, if you can't even think about it, accept it like this. You always used to say that. The strongest takes all. Right now, I'm strong, and you're weak. What would happen if I take everything you have? Benteke. Lana couldn't suppress her anger and ran at Benteke. It wasn't widely known, but Lana was the apostle of the goddess of the sea, Sito. She was as powerful as Benteke. Kwang. With a rough explosion, half of the Quartz King Palace was blown away. Then, like the vestige was cut off, Yi and Wu saw a new scene. In the ruins of the battle, where all the fighting had stopped, Lana was left all alone on her throne. The river water had filled up to under her chin, and her body melted from the acid. She had used all her magic power in the fight with Benteke and didn't have any strength left to stop it. It was horribly painful, but she didn't care. She just quietly pulled out the necklace that protected her, even though everything around her was destroyed, and gripped it in her hand. Jungwoo, I'm sorry. Lana continued to mutter those words. She slowly closed her eyes. Her strengthless body was completely locked under the rising river water. Yi and Wu pulled himself together like he was flicked out from something. His emotions had synchronized with the vestige for a moment to the point that he was confused whether he was Lana or himself. Benteke's betrayal. Does this have something to do with why Poseidon doesn't like me? He only thought that it was because he had talked about killing gods and disgracing the name of gods. It seemed like there was more to it than he had thought. There was no way a god that was near omniscient wouldn't know about the relationship between his brother and Lana and the deep grudge that would be placed between himself and Benteke. He had just excused himself with reasons that sounded true. Poseidon and Yi and Wu were bound to be enemies someday. He knew that Yi and Wu's plans for revenge included a few gods and demons, and that was why Poseidon was trying to get rid of Yi and Wu before he could actually get on his nerves. How ridiculous. After seeing what Lana went through, rather than feeling heated, he felt colder. Survival of the fittest was normal in this world. What had happened here was just one of those events. However, what angered him was that Lana hadn't forgotten about her affection for Jungwoo until the end. And it was up to him to avenge them both now. There were holes in the vestige, so he didn't know everything, but from the way Benteke spoke, it seemed he had no other choice, either. But that's none of my business. Whatever the reason, Yi and Wu wasn't going to let this tide over easily. If they became enemies, they would be enemies, there was nothing more to it. Agariz looks at you with a cruel smile. Agariz offers an even greater power. He tempts you, saying you'll need more power for revenge. Agariz looks at you with expectant eyes. Athena looks at you sadly. Hermes is silent. There is no reaction from the godly society, Olympus. Poseidon looks at you with sharp eyes. Then, PSSSS's. Like she had completed her duty, Lana's corpse crumbled apart. The necklace slowly fell to the ground. As soon as Yi and Wu got himself together, he grabbed the necklace. A quest has been created. Sudden quest, Seto's resentment. Summary. The goddess of the old seas, Seto, has a deep-seated grudge towards Poseidon and his apostle for killing her apostle. However, Seto isn't able to resist Poseidon, most likely because she lost a lot of her strength. But after all her waiting, she was able to find a method. Kill Poseidon's apostles as Seto wills. While the quest is in progress, Seto will give you grace and blessings that are equivalent to what an apostle receives. Time limit. Unlimited. Rewards. Seto's present. Seto's blessing. Seto's authority. Along with the quest window, another message floated up. The first reward is being given in advance for the smoother progression of the quest. Closing square bracket. You have earned Seto's holy artifact, Seawater Charm. Whoosh. The necklace Yi and Wu was holding suddenly flashed. The corroded sections were restored, and it began to regain its shine. It seemed to be a result of Seto assigning it as her holy artifact. Yi and Wu observed the necklace with his draconic eyes. Seawater Charm. Category. Necklace. Rank. Holy Artifact. Summary. This is a holy artifact that the goddess of the old seas, Seto, created using the last of her holy power. Seto is the ancestor of many monsters, so while you are wearing this holy artifact, you have command over sea monsters and sea king monsters. Also, it can be used to look for information by reading the memory of the sea. However, there is a limit to the holy power that was given to it, so when the holy power runs out, it loses its value as a holy artifact. For it to become a complete holy artifact, you must complete the given quest, Lana's Resentment. King of the Sea, you can control the minds of sea monsters and sea king monsters. However, depending on the type they are, there is a difference between the amount of magic power used and the chance of the control succeeding. Song of the Sea. There are countless memories floating around in the ocean. You can find something you are looking for within them. If you are above the sea, it is easy to find a specific object. This holy artifact is what made Lana the ruler of the 28th floor. It was something that even his brother had wanted. Just by controlling the sea monsters and sea king's monsters, it would be hard to have enemies in the River of Souls. Of course, there were limits to the power, but just having it was a great help to Yi and Wu. That was probably how deep Seto's resentment towards Poseidon was. Yi and Wu knew that he had crossed a bridge he couldn't go back in terms of his relationship with Poseidon. It wasn't bad for him to attack first. Yi and Wu hung the seawater charm on his neck. The rubies looked nice with his black armor, shining a vibrant red light. He could feel the holy power in the holy artifact entering his body. The holy power activates your hidden god's blessing. Your holy power is being strengthened. Feeling the power flowing inside of him, Yi and Wu lifted his head. He would use the power that Seto gave to him well. However, there was something that he found when he looked at the quest again. But what does this mean? Apostles. From what Yi and Wu knew, a god or demon could only have one apostle. There may be multiple priests or students, but there could only be one person who represented the beings. An apostle was the manifestation of a god or a demon. I'll see what it means when it comes to me. Then, he activated the option on the holy artifact. First, he was going to see where Benteke was. Yi and Wu felt like his vision was floating up. He could see all of the ashy river of souls, like how a god looked down below. He could see all kinds of things happening on the river. Of them, something stood out. There were about 100 large ships, each of them with the trident that symbolized Poseidon on their masts. It was the clan that Benteke led, Triton. However, the direction they were heading to was familiar to Yi and Wu. Not too far away from them, he could see his ghost ship. Could it be? Yi and Wu's eyes slightly widened. Benteke was coming. Chapter 276 Trident 1. Benteke, here. Yi and Wu checked through the seawater charm once more because he thought he had seen wrong. But he was right, Benteke was coming here with Triton. So Poseidon attacked first. Poseidon is watching you closely. Poseidon had expressed his will to punish Yi and Wu somehow. It seemed as soon as Yi and Wu began to climb the floors again, he moved his apostle, Benteke. Athena encourages you quietly. Hermes protests against Poseidon. Poseidon ignores him. Poseidon has announced that he will punish you severely. The godly society, Olympus, has split opinions of you. Many godly societies are watching you. Many demonic societies are interested in the current event. Agaris tempts you in a sweet voice that you can use him anytime. Hundon doesn't say anything. Azrael looks at you expectantly. He hopes for many deaths in the future. He has blessed the authority, the third spirit. With the consecutive blessings, the third spirit has climbed a step. After finding Benteke, Yi and Wu realized that there was a significantly greater amount of gazes on him. This had been a hot topic on the 98th floor, so they were probably curious how a god would punish someone. I wonder how they think of players down below. Did they think of us as a game? Yi and Wu thought that was likely. The word, avatar, that was used in games came from avatara, which meant descent or embodiment. Gods and demons used their avatars to interfere down below. Then everything, including their avatars, were merely playthings, or an NPC at the very most. He suddenly thought that the lower world was nothing more than a source of amusement for the gods and demons trapped on the 98th floor. A place they didn't care about but interfered with when they were bored. Poseidon said he was angry, but he might be punishing him just for his amusement. Many gods have mysterious smiles at your thoughts. Many demons burst out laughing. They ask when you'll be confronting Poseidon. Agaris stays silent. Azrael has a strange smile. He felt a bit annoyed, but it won't matter. Yi and Wu released himself from the vision of the seawater charm and spread his wings of fire apart. He slowly got up and moved his spirit familiars around him. He didn't need to worry about what other beings thought of him. I can just fight them when I meet them. Yi and Wu raised his head and kicked off from the ground. Kwang. Meanwhile, at the same time, the situation above water was chaotic. There's a large fleet coming this way. When the player who had been observing the seas for any sea monsters or sea king monsters that might come their way said this, the crew members all turned to look. The same went for Heidi and Trinity. Heidi's face stiffened. She quickly ran to the edge and called for a spirit. Wah! The wind spirit woke up and pulled visions from far away to her. Like what the Watcher said, something was approaching them rapidly. There were tens of ships. The trident on the mast stood out. Heidi knew what clan used that symbol and how affected the crew members would be. She tried to shout to assure them, but the words that the Watcher spewed out before her made the crew members freeze. Triton. It's Triton. What? Triton. Why is Poseidon's clan coming here? Not all pirates were the same. Triton wasn't simply the ruler of the 28th floor after taking over the Blue Rose's position. They used the 28th floor as a base to grow, and they were on their way to becoming one of the top clans after the time of confusion. Their leader, Benteke, was a famed high ranker. When he was the first mate for the Blue Rose, he was well known for killing all his enemies he met, and as the leader of Triton, he was infamous for his brutality. Of course, the crew members would all become fearful after hearing that Triton was speeding here. Why were they coming here? Just to loot them? Wasn't just one or two boats enough for that? Why was he bringing all his forces here? Did they do something wrong? Or was there a grudge between the Hoarder and Benteke? The confusion only grew around them. Fear always grew in silence. Thinking that things could turn dangerous at this rate, Heidi gave her wind spirit an order. Sylph. The spirit scattered into the wind and made Heidi's voice ring in the ears of all the passengers. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. The passengers all jumped in surprise, but it was effective. They quickly pulled themselves together and looked frantically at Heidi. I don't know what Triton wants, but we can't stay still either. Everyone get in position. To your positions. To each of your positions. They began to move to each of the roles that they were assigned. Yi and Wu hadn't ordered it specifically, but Heidi had already assigned positions to every crew member. She had created a manual for them so they wouldn't be lost, and it was useful now. The manual described what to do when met with a sea monster or sea monster king. Still, the crew members couldn't help but be scared even in their positions. With Yi and Wu's absence, they didn't know what to do. No, even if he was here, they didn't know if he could take them on. There was nothing they could do but look at Triton with trembling gazes. Heidi used all her magic to wrap different spirits around the ship. She was a healer, so her spirit magic was relatively weaker, but she could still control a lot of spirits like most elves. While the nervous silence continued, tens of Triton's ships appeared. Each of their ships was as large as Yi and Wu's ghost ship, and they approached it in a line. Then, they drew a large circle around the ghost ship. All of their masts were directed towards the ghost ship. The ghost ship didn't budge as this was happening. Every time the crew members expressed their worries, Heidi assured them by saying it was okay. Even as she didn't miss what Triton was doing. If Triton had appeared with enmity, they wouldn't have surrounded them like this. They would have attacked them first. The ghost ship would already be sinking into the river, crushed beyond repair. But still, they just had their cannons ready and weren't attacking. It meant they had something to say. Heidi decided to place her hopes on that. She also wished that Yi and Wu would quickly realize the danger they were in and come back. Just then, a ship approached the ghost ship. A single man stood under the flag with the trident symbol on it. His thin figure and sharp eyes were memorable. He shouted with a voice filled with magic power. "The Hoarder! Where is the Hoarder?" The crew members just glanced at each other, not answering. Eventually, Heidi stepped forward. "The Hoarder isn't here right now." The man looked Heidi up and down with a frown. "Who are you?" "I'm in charge of the ship while the Hoarder isn't here. He'll be back soon, so if you tell me what." "You don't seem to be the girl of the one-horn tribe that the Hoarder travels with." "Well, I guess it doesn't matter." The man ignored Heidi and snorted. Heidi bit her lip in humiliation, but she didn't express it. "Actually, it's better that the Hoarder isn't here. Everyone present, listen." The atmosphere shook, and river water was tossed up and down. That was how loud the man's voice was. The crew members of the ghost ship looked up at him anxiously wondering what he was going to say. By his appearance, they could tell that he was Triton's executive, Wolf. He spoke in place of Benteke. "The king of the sea I serve, Benteke, has spoken. He will punish the Hoarder as the gods have willed." Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. The crew members turned pale. Heidi, who realized her hunch was right, clenched her teeth. However, he also said this. "Before the Hoarder is punished, we cannot sacrifice any lambs because of him. I'll give you 1 minute from now. During that time, I'll save those who throw their weapons away and surrender. Those of you who don't will be made into snacks for the sea monster kings, along with the Hoarder." His words were impactful. 1 minute. They had to find a way to survive in that time. Heidi didn't have time to stop them. She wanted to tell them not to move and not to be tricked, but move, ACCK, boat, is there a boat? A boat. The crew members ran around busily looking for lifeboats, not listening to Heidi. It quickly became chaotic above the deck. 59, 58. Ha ha ha. As Wolf counted down, the chaos was amplified. They killed the old cannibal monster humans to take their lifeboats, and the ones that couldn't tossed themselves overboard. It was extremely dangerous because of the acid and poison, but they thought that they would be alright if they protected themselves with magic power for a while and moved on to Triton's boats. Heidi did whatever she could to stop them. She used her spirits and her skills to occasionally stop them. She believed that Yi and Wu would come if they just held on for a little while. Also, there was no guarantee that they would be spared even if they surrendered. Triton's goal is to destroy the boat beyond repair before the Hoarder comes back. This ship is definitely way stronger than it looks. It was a ship that the cannibal monster humans, not Karen, had made. She had never heard or seen of this hidden piece before, so she didn't know that there was some kind of secret to it. Was it something amazing that even Triton couldn't just destroy with brute strength? However, no one listened to her. There were even a few Trinity members included in there. "Sorry, Captain, I want to live." Haniel, the ghost ship that had been bustling until a few minutes ago was now dead silent. Heidi, Dylan, Jun, a few members of Trinity, and the trembling old cannibal monster humans were the only ones left. Heidi blanked. Was the castle that she built going to topple this easily? She didn't expect anything from the pirates from the beginning. They were being forced by Yi and Wu anyway. However, the other members of Trinity were different. They had been together since the 11th floor, and they were comrades who fought back to back during battles. They were special to her because of that reason. But in front of danger, they turned their backs on her. There wasn't anything like past friendships or camaraderie here. What you know might not be everything. Just then, she remembered what Yi and Wu said. At the time, she didn't think it was of importance. But looking back at it now, that wasn't the case. Had he known that this was going to happen from the beginning? That what she had was nothing more than a sandcastle. Heidi. Dylan gripped Heidi, who had blank eyes. Only then did she pull herself together. Thwack. She slapped her cheeks. She had to put the betrayal behind her for the moment. She could resent them after she survived. Everyone, protect your positions until the end. Hang in there until the hoarder comes back. At Heidi's commands, the remaining crew members all activated barrier skills. Her spirit spread out and created a round barrier. The cannons of Triton suddenly exuded smoke. Thunder boomed down at them, and the waves tossed. The lifeboats were dominated by the rough waves. Players who had been trying to swim to Triton's boats sank. Some who had barely managed to arrive at the enemy's ships shouted urgently. The lifeline, please drop the lifeline, please save me, please. But all they received was ridicule. Why should we? What, didn't you say you would save us if we surrendered? We said we would let you live, not rescue you. Kekeki. Yeah, why would they trust pirates? Is something wrong with their heads? The players realized that they had been played. However, there was nothing they could do. They just shouted and screamed. Quang, quang. Meanwhile, the cannonballs from Triton were falling onto the ghost ship. A barrier was created to block the cannonballs midair, and the spirits bustled around to scatter the shocks from the explosions. Heidi's body shook up and down, but she forced herself to hold on. The crew members came to help her with their skills. As they did, they realized that their magic power use was less than they expected. Hidden piece. This ship has a function like that. Heidi realized why Yi and Wu chose the cannibal monster humans instead of Karen. It had been sturdy when the Sea King monsters arrived, and it also had the effect of decreasing the amount of magic power use of players on it. Thanks to that, Heidi was able to defend themselves much easier. Occasionally, a spirit was destroyed, and her magic power path was twisted, but it was bearable. As she used her spirits, she also healed and buffed the crew members. Stop them. Do whatever you can. Helping Heidi's efforts, the cannibal monster humans also deflected the attacks. Cannons that she hadn't known about opened on the sides of the ship, and the ghost ship began to breathe out fire. Poopapong. While the attacks came and went, the players floating around the river water were swept away from the shock of the attack. The screams disappeared amidst the explosions. This won't work. Wolf didn't like the situation. He didn't like how the ghost ship was holding up. He didn't know how the hoarder knew about the ship that the cannibal monster humans made, but he needed to create a mess before he came back. Oh well, let's capture the ship first. On Wolf's orders, his ship began to slide towards the ghost ship. He was planning on crashing against the boat and moving his forces onto it to take it over. Heidi discovered him and tried to stop Wolf's boat, but she couldn't focus on him because of the cannonballs raining on the ship from above. Wolf's boat came right near them. We're crashing GGG. Just when Dylan was getting ready for the impact. Quang. The surface of the water shook and with an explosive sound, a column of water shot up. It was from the ghost ship and Wolf's ship crashing. It was an explosion that came from the bottom of Wolf's ship. The column of water stood high in the sky and came splattering down. Instead, there was a black fire column in its place. Krrrrrrrr. Wolf's ship sunk into the river water, split in two, unable to fight back. It was so sudden that Wolf and the other players of Triton couldn't do anything. And above the fire column, Yi and Wu was standing with his wings of fire spread apart. Chapter 277 Triton 2. It's the hoarder. The hoarder is here. Get him. As soon as Yi and Wu appeared, Triton immediately let the captains of each boat know. The captains moved busily. They quickly got ready for Yi and Wu's imminent attack. Unlike the 92nd Squad of the Fantasy Regiment, who had underestimated Yi and Wu, Triton had gathered information about Yi and Wu before this. From his contribution in the endless world of night, to how he dealt with the 9 dragon sons, how he fatally attacked the Summer Queen, and what kind of power he had after the 26th floor. They considered him to be at least at the level of a ranker. They even judged that he might be at a high ranker level. High ranker. It was easier said than accomplished. It was impossible for a lower floor player who hadn't even cleared through the 30th floor to have that power. People who were considered kings now had been like that in their younger days. Recently, only Heaven Wing had been a genius like that. Also, the people in Triton who judged Yi and Wu highly heard that he had been ranking first place on all the floors, and they thought that he might be someone who could resist Alpharon. Whatever the limits of his power were, as of now, Triton was on their guards against Yi and Wu. High rankers didn't care about the numbers of their enemies. Each of them had one or two extremely powerful skills, so they could only be stopped when someone who was equally as powerful as them stepped up, or if they had a barrier system that could stop such a person. Fortunately, Triton had a barrier system. Less than Poseidon's blessing, greater than. Poseidon generously gave his authorities to what was basically his cult. The greater their courage, the more buffs and defense power they received. Everything else aside, this was the territory of water that Poseidon ruled. The River of Souls was quite literally a river of souls with countless ghosts roaming around it, so it was deeply affiliated with gods who ruled over death, but since it was in the form of water, Poseidon's influence would be greatest. Even though Yi and Wu had activated the unbelievable wave of fire, they were confident that they could stop him. That was, until they found something attacking the bottoms of their ships. Quang, Quang, what is that? Sea King monsters. They're Sea King monsters. Predators are attacking the bottom of the ship. Why are they suddenly? Quang. The river waves crashed again, and a great number of other Sea King monsters like the predators popped out and began to attack Triton's ships. Predators chewed the bottoms of the boats with their teeth, and the ones with long, snake-like bodies wrapped around the boats to destroy them. The players of Triton were vastly surprised by the sudden attack of the Sea King monsters, and they were forced to turn their attention to them. King of the Sea. At the moment, the holy artifact of Ceto that Yi and Wu had around his neck, the seawater charm, was shining brilliantly. The other option in the holy artifact had activated to control the Sea King monsters. When Yi and Wu discovered Triton's navy, he hadn't come up to the surface immediately but gathered the Sea King monsters nearby first. Maybe if they were on land, it would be better, but on the river, Poseidon's territory, he was disadvantaged in many ways. Also, even though his skills had grown to the point that the number of his enemies didn't matter, a large gap between their numbers would still be difficult. If the ghost ship was captured while he was dealing with Benteke, it would be Yi and Wu who would be on the edge of the plank. Because of that, Yi and Wu brought over the Sea King monsters in order to make Triton disordered. A great amount of the holy power within the seawater charm was used, but it was definitely effective. The Sea King monsters were hard even for Triton to deal with. With tens of them causing chaos, of course their lines would be messed up. The most annoying part about the Sea King monsters was that most of them had a high intellect. They quickly hid under the water when Triton fought back and appeared again to attack the players on deck when they saw the chance. Triton didn't have the chance to focus on Yi and Wu with the situation at hand. This was the timing that Yi and Wu had been waiting for. Pat. Yi and Wu used blink and appeared on a ship surrounded by predators. Watch. The captain tried to shout out in warning, but Quang. Yi and Wu was already swinging Vigrid. As black aura emitted from it, a wave of fire flamed up, and the deck collapsed with a large explosion. Black smoke soared up into the air. Fire gobbled at the deck. River water flowed through the cracks of the boat, and the ship sunk, split in two. Save me. The pirates surrounded by fire jumped into the river water screaming. However, they were only swept away by the angry waves or became snacks for the Sea King monsters. In an instant, it was pandemonium. Yi and Wu nonchalantly activated blink again and moved to his next target. It was Ship 12, the one closest to him. Hey, the 12th ship captain, Cart, who had been waiting for him, crumpled his face and powerfully swung his halberd. Yi and Wu's head was almost crushed as strong winds whirled around him, but he blocked the attack with Vigrid, and wrapped himself with wings of fire, activating blink again. He appeared right in front of Cart. His attack landed exactly on his solar plexus. Quang, Kook. The armor Cart had been wearing bent inwards, and he was blown away from the impact. He crashed on the sail. With his crushed intestines, he died right after. Crack, coo. The sail couldn't bear the shock and toppled to the side. At the same time, the ship tilted, and the bow was bent perpendicularly. Yi and Wu gathered magic power in his feet and crushed the deck. The ship that had already lost its balance was completely destroyed, and black fire soared up from where Yi and Wu was. The black fire looked like fire from hell, and it was hot and sticky. Also, it was greedy. It touched the river water, but it wasn't extinguished. Rather, it flamed up even more. The black fire created from holy fire, aura, and consciousness was a magical creature that wouldn't be put out unless Yi and Wu wanted it to. Yi and Wu's attack didn't stop there. Where sparks flew, columns of black fire soared up and threatened the other boats. In fact, a few ships were almost destroyed because of it. And there, from the shadows, monster portents poured out. With the strengthened third spirit, the monster portents that had higher stats moved from the fire and river water like it was nothing, massacring Triton's players. Ships sank one by one, and when 15 ships disappeared, Triton felt that it was in danger. Sea King monsters came without end from the River of Souls, and now, the black fire moved above the river water toward them. The shadow monsters they couldn't see put them on edge. Furthermore, whenever Yi and Wu used Blink, the ships were destroyed without even having a chance. The net that they had created to trap Yi and Wu and the ghost ship had ended up becoming a double-edged sword for them. Split apart. Get as far away from him as possible. Judging that their forces would be crushed at this rate, the captains scattered away from the net they had created. The ships all turned around to run away from Yi and Wu's territory. It was the complete loss of Triton, the ruler of the sea. Even while the situation was worsening, the captain's ships with Benteke on it didn't budge. Kahalhalhalal, what a fun game of fireworks. It's burning well, ablaze. Benteke burst out laughing. His laughter was so loud that it rang out on the deck. However, his subordinates all had concerned faces. They could see Yi and Wu moving through the air with his wings of fire, chasing after the escaping ships. The Sea King monsters also didn't stop their attack. The ghost ship that had been attacked wasn't on the defensive anymore. At this rate, their boats would be destroyed instead. However, Benteke was just laughing, not moving in the slightest. He was just chuckling on his throne. Of course they felt frustrated. Captain, the damage on our side will be great if this keeps up. You need to. Jinrang. Yes, sir. What do you think is most important when gathering forces? It was a sudden question. Jinrang widened his eyes. Benteke was someone he served back in the Blue Rose, but he still didn't understand Benteke well. Even though he looked simple and violent, he was actually extremely sly on the inside. Do you think it's people? Or money? I don't know. Both of them are wrong. Quote? Jinrang tilted his head. If it wasn't people or money, what was it? And why was Benteke saying this in the urgent situation? It's honor. Jinrang's eyes widened. We can also get people. We can buy slaves or use the overflowing cannibal monster humans. Same with money. If we need more, we can steal it. But honor is different. Fire was blazing inside of Benteke's eyes. Building up honor is so hard. It's also hard to spread it far and wide. There are so many things that get in the way of it. Even if you build it up, it all disappears if you make a mistake. Building it up again. You need more time than before. The 8 large clans had built up their honor in the way Benteke said. My ex-lover, Lana, lost that honor. She always won, but eventually she kneeled to the 8 large clans. That was why the Blue Rose toppled. She struggled to recreate it, but in my eyes, it was all a waste. Re-establishing it, she didn't even know that the people around her were trying to stab her in the back. Jinrang thought of when he had caused the coup with Benteke in the past. Back then, Lana really did seem possessed by something. The wise and sly Lana was gone. She was always angry, wanting revenge, and disillusioned, as if always on drugs. Other pirates had approached her saying they would help, but in reality, they were only looking to steal from her. Benteke and his subordinates couldn't hold back. It was obvious that the remaining forces would be destroyed at the rate she was going, but Lana couldn't get herself together. That was why Benteke had caused the coup. He destroyed the quartz palace. And he killed his own lover. Poseidon had wanted to steal some of Sito's holy power in that process, but still, it was completely Benteke who had wanted it. With that, Benteke took control of the Blue Rose and brought the other pirates under him. It was the creation of a new large clan, Triton. Honor is made from victory. If the victories continue, people will gather like moths drawn to a flame, and they'll even give money that they don't have. Wasn't Triton made like that? The 8 large clans were also created like that, so we can't lose until we reach that level. Jinrang realized what Benteke was saying then. Jinrang had only been worried about the continued damage. However, Benteke was different. The damage they were receiving wasn't important. If they were victorious in the end, it was fine. No, it would be an even greater accomplishment. Benteke had used his subordinates as bait. It was to confirm the hoarder's power. He had already gathered information, but he wanted to check with his own eyes. Also, that meant Benteke acknowledged Yi and Wu. Jinrang trembled. He always felt this, but his master was violent, cruel, and cold-blooded at times. He thought of the nickname of Benteke. Ruler. The ruler King Benteke. There was no one who could stand against the ruler of the sea. Bring the spear. Benteke stretched out his hand. Then, 5 of his maids kneeled and politely offered up his spear. Their hands were shaking because of the weight. Triana, the holy artifact of Poseidon that had the ability to cause tsunamis, earthquakes, and storms. It was a greater holy artifact than what Yi and Wu saw in the Olympus treasury. Thump, Benteke slowly stood up with Triane in his land, bringing it down on the deck. Just then, he could see Yi and Wu flying towards him with his wings of fire. It was clear he was approaching them after reading Benteke's energy. Black fire tailed behind him. Benteke accepted Yi and Wu's challenge in high spirits. He raised Triana with a laugh. Come, storm. Just then, dark clouds began to crowd above. Lightning flashed between the clouds, and the river of souls tossed violently. Quaquaquang. Krrrr. Authority less than storm rain greater than. With Poseidon's holy power, tsunamis that were tens of meters tall swarmed Yi and Wu. The storm whirled, and tens of bolts came down from above.